Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on our daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. We are going to be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to push this out to those who might not have received these readings before. We're also doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. I'll be gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and then. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. Prior to beginning, we're going to be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. But first and foremost, I see some of you already posting. Scale of 1 to 10, how are we feeling today? I mean, a 5 is good given what we see is happening right now, a little vamp. And Christy, thank you for joining us. Welcome, Marie. Hi there, Aria. Grand Rising, Haley. I'm so glad to hear you're doing beautiful as always. Oh, I think you're talking to me. Thank you as well, dear. So good to see you. And Mathus, thank you as well for joining us. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. I'm an aspiring author, and I was up so late working on my passion project. And 8 today, that's wonderful. And a beautiful thing to be doing with this Taurus energy, building in new routines, new practices. One of the big things that we're seeing that's happening today of note is Aries is moving into Aries. Venus is moving into Aries. And I should say Venus is moving back into Aries, because if you'll recall, we had a bit of this yo-yo effect that happened during this recent eclipse cycle. We began that eclipse cycle with Mercury and Venus just hanging out in Aries, dipped back into Pisces during the retrograde, and now Mercury is almost halfway through Aries. It's hauling itself over into Taurus. It'll be in Taurus by May 10th. But today Venus is going back into Aries, and I think that this is really important, especially given the fact that we also see that Mars has moved into Leo. There's a lot of heart opening I've been seeing right now energetically across all of the frequencies. And the thing is, heart opening work, like working through the heart chakra, it's not always the easiest stuff, because and we were talking a lot about this in yesterday's daily collective read, which you can find over on the Substack as a podcast. But when we do the work of opening our heart, it's not always like good stuff in there. It's a lot of like we keep a lot of trauma in there. You know what I mean? It's like it's like the closet. It's a lot of stuff. And what we're seeing is I want to talk. And one of the things that's been coming through across all the frequencies is this is what we look for in healthy partnership, right? Like healthy partnership isn't just having those moments where it's like like birds whistling, sunshine and rainbows every moment. It's sweeping the cobwebs out of the attic. You know what I mean? It's getting on your knees and scrubbing the floors. It's doing a lot of that like hard, gritty work. And especially that's often what it feels like is we're navigating through like stored trauma or through a lot of the work in terms of obsessing and recognizing what we've been carrying for a long time. So if you've been feeling like that, I want you to appreciate Like I want you, it's elbow, like we're in Taurus season. It's elbow grease energy. It's putting your shoulder into something and really like leaning into it. Because I told you a lot of the Taurus, whenever I read for Taurus energy is always held in the shoulders. That's why it's majestic energy. That's why when like we see majesty, what do? We show we show our shoulders to majesty, right? Because it talks about the effort or the work, and majesty is basically, you know putting a lot of determination in something that is energetically important, right? It's the combination of the throat chakra and the heart chakra, right? It's finding that space to speak upon or to articulate upon something that has a lot of meaning to you. But that's not always easy. Sometimes that sucks. Sometimes that's what's hard about it. It can be very, I keep on hearing like it's working through potentially even like exquisite pain, but that doesn't mean suffering for the sake of suffering, but working through something that's difficult because you recognize that there's something better on the other side of that, right? So and that's why I keep on seeing this be working through sore subjects. This could be working through tender vulnerabilities. This could even be healing a lot of past wounds, but again, when we are able to push through something, we prevent bitterness, right? Because when we hold on to something too long, right? What happens when we hold on to something too long that doesn't serve us? We can tell because we start getting bitter about it, right? But that's why, and I feel like the beauty of a lot of this energy that we see, the combination, I think it's really beautiful, the combination of going through a Taurus new moon during Taurus season, and almost at the same time moving like Mars into Leo is understanding that the way that we prevent bitterness is via authentic communication. And that doesn't mean, right? And it doesn't mean that we hurt each other with the truth, but we work through the gift of honesty that allows for deepening of transparency, right? It's all to the extent of working towards clarity, which I'm not surprised to see, considering we've got Gemini coming up. Okay, like, now this is having a lot of different impacts depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles right now. And I gotta say, I'm going to start right now. We're going to start right now. And this is just to show you the fact that there's no quality, there's no better or worse in relationality to where you rest in these frequencies. It's just what you're working through. I'm actually seeing right now when I'm reading for this that the area that's in the most adversity right now or going through the hardest stuff is actually the energy coming into divine union. And I know you're going to say to me, that doesn't make any sense. You just told me that the energy is coming into divine union. Exactly. Because for a lot of the energy that we see coming into divine union right now, I need to point out these are the chariot cycles that we saw that was leading up, the chariot energy being everything prior to the moment that Mercury and Venus woke up out of the retrograde behind Neptune. And what was the foundation? What was the prioritization point of a lot of those relationships that we saw that were forming during that time? Stable ground, right? And it's hard because those energies, those relationships, it wasn't easy to start with. This is not like the energy, the warrior partnerships that we saw at the beginning of the year that were like wonder twins, right? It's not that like, it's not that coming together and nothing tearing asunder. This has been a lot of fragility. This has been working through the bumps, but working into the space of seeing what invested effort does, right? The smoothing out that means that all things are possible. This stability is allowing a lot of the energy within those partnerships. When we find stability in relationship, that it gives us back our time. They're giving each other the gift of Saturn. That's why when we saw that as this energy moved into union, Saturn has been moving out of Pisces and into Aries because it is the gift that is, and that's why the energy keeps on saying thank you to each other. And they're saying, I'm not doing everything. And they're going, you're doing everything. Because when we give each other stability, We give each other our time back because we don't have to concentrate every single moment in trying to make sure that the ground under us is stable. And that is allowing a lot of that energy to finally go into hermit or high priestess energy, going into the sanctum of the self, having that heart opening. But what's the problem when you start that heart opening? What's the first thing that spills out? Pain. Pain. The things that you've been holding on to, sometimes that you didn't even know, because the lesson of the body is one that holds trauma, often unconsciously, until it recognizes that it's safe. It's no longer on the battlefield. It can actually address the wounds. So there's a lot of wound tending we're seeing that's happening right now in some of these chariot partnerships, and some of it might feel a bit unstabilizing. But that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy right now is working through high priestess energy, because not only are they going into the inner sanctum of the self, but they're embracing each other as they do so. They're saying, it's okay, I've got you, you're energetically safe to express something that you've been holding on to or carrying for a long time. That brings us into the energy deep within divine union. And that energy I've been seeing has been in temperance energy. It's moving into something I haven't been able to put my finger on it yet. But the reason I see that a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union is in temperance is because they're taking the temperature. And we'll be talking about this a lot when we study that card in my tarot church classes. It's taking the temperature of something to see the capacity of healing something further. Because for a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union, understanding that you can't force healing into spaces that you desire healing, that being able to fix or heal something is conditional as it relates to the temperature of the environment you find there. Because if you try to force healing into spaces that healing doesn't want to go, the healing itself becomes toxic. We see for a lot of that energy, it's working through, like, it's a lot of that, the only way out is through, right? In order that it's working through the paradox of a lot of Taurus lessons. And what is the paradox of the lesson that often those with Taurus placements have to navigate? That in the search for comfortability, the only way you can find a deeper sense of comfort, it's directly proportional to how much discomfort you can navigate, right? So, and we'll be talking about this a lot in our next tarot church class on the death card, right? Our level of comfortability is equally proportional to how uncomfortable we're willing to find ourselves or move into in order to find that deeper level of comfortability. So that's why I see right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, like working through discomfort, working through awkwardness, working through cringe, because on the other side of the cringe, there lies freedom. That's why I see that a lot of it's in temperance energy right now. It's like at the core of a lot of the Taurus lessons. That brings us to the energy right now in separation. And I'm sure if you've been watching our collectives right now, you just see me laughing hysterically every time we start reading for the energy and separation. And I'm laughing with you. I'm not laughing at you. Because the reason I keep on laughing is because I'm seeing that a lot of this energy that we're working through right now is the energy in separation is entirely in magician energy. And why is the energy in separation in magician energy? Again, the irony of that, Saturn's moving, everything's going to be ironic right now, is the fact that the magician energy is saying absolutely no illusions in partnership. Like the energy is going absolutely no illusions in partnership. Their prioritization point is authenticity, absolute authenticity, zero. Like that's why they're going, like the Michigan's going like this, going no, like no, absolutely no illusions, because that's a lot of energy I'm seeing is working through healing from whim relationships, or someone coming towards us only when the mood strikes, right? It's like sailboat energy. It's those relationships, and they're healing from the lesson that often something that's good but inconsistent is absolutely worse than something that's just bad all the time. Because at least if something's bad all the time, you can predicate on it. You can know what to expect. But when something's good but doesn't have the stability of consistency, it's the worst, because it feels like your nerves get frazzled. It feels like you're in a slot machine situation where you're afraid to move away from something for fear that the good thing's going to happen, but then you also have no idea when the good thing's going to come. And so that's why we see that a lot of that energy, well, often when you're in those relationships, you start feeling like you have to perform the act of the self, trying to garner attention from another person. And that's why the energy says, no, like they're coming into their authenticity almost as like a riot act, because that's the energy that says, never again will I feel like I have to perform like the show of the self in order to try to generate the consistency that should just be there from the start. It shouldn't feel like I have to bring someone's attention to me. They should just know that that is something that we create together. So that's why I see a little bit of this energy that's coming into partnership, and they're saying, I'm sick of it. I'm not going to pretend to be someone I'm not anymore. And the higher self goes, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Because when we stop pretend, like when we stop trying, we start being, right? When we stop putting on the desire to have to feel like we need to, like, and that's why I see what's really happening. There is some deep healing, because that's the energy that's taking the need for perfection outside the self and bringing it inwards. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Sumailayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 4th person read for. We're also doing 2 contests today. The first contest is I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 5.6K, so make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are also doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. I'll be gifting a reading to the highest gifter. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. Marie, thank you so much for that subscription. Welcome to the collective. Hi there, Christy. Good to see you. Be yourself. Love your username. And Grand Rising Bee saying before you ask, I'm a -5 today. We're gonna get you. We're gonna work. Listen. I think it's probably the Venus moving into Aries, right? It's working through hard feelings today. And I know, and for some of us, like I'm going to see, like some of that energy is going to feel fortifying. It might also feel frustrating. All right. And Adam, thank you so much for those gifts. Grand Rising Heather. Thank you for letting me know, little vamp. I will add you to the list. If I could only find my pen. Where did you go? Hold on, we've got another pen here. All right. That's why we keep a backup. All right. I got you on the list, little vamp. You'll be read for after Susie. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, I'll be the 5th person read for. Thank you for confirmation, Haley. Thank you as well, Marie. I'm sending you so much support right now, little vamp. We got you. Hi there, Marie. Exactly. On a monthly right now. So I'm going through a lot of that, opening doors of my heart. Sending you so much support on that journey, Marie. Right now, I'm having to do this alone because of the current separation. I want you grounding through it. I want you articulating through it. I want you reaching out to others if you need to. Hydrate as much as possible. Was the palm tattoo worth it? It was. They're very hard to heal, Haley, but I'm very pleased with it. And it's also very important that you find an artist that is very good at it. The artist I was working with actually wanted to practice their skills in that department, so I was very happy to oblige them in that way. Thank you for confirmation, Marie. Yes, pain is cutting deep right now. I want you, like your mantra right now, Amanda, a little vamp, is I have the capacity within me to feel the things I'm feeling. You are strong enough to energetically feel them. And as you feel them, you're going to heal them. Thank you as well, Marie. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you share the live. Exactly. I know a lot of that. I'm telling you right now, little vamp, better out than in. Better out than in, right? Finding places of productivity to move it into something that feels like it's productive. and sending you so much support on that journey. Gracie, thank you for the follow as well. Not everyone is ready to receive that, and that's okay. I want you to end that, Marie, by saying, and that's okay. It's not our job to make another person ready to receive something, right? Our arrival is not contingent on another person receiving it. Okay, so I want you to hold space for that as well. Hi there, Grand Rising Creative. Good to see you. Good to see you, Bridget. Happy Hump Day. And thank you. Oh my God, is that a Goblin t-shirt? It is. Oh yeah, no, we were talking about Goblin mode yesterday. It didn't even occur to me that I put on my green Goblin shirt. I know. I love this thing. Thank you. Very fitting. I'm sure it wasn't. There's a goldfish up here. Okay. I told you guys, there's a goldfish swimming around in here. I hope not. Thank you. I just started watching. Welcome, Marie. And Bella Faccia, thank you so much for those gifts. Team Osana, laugh and give yourself a long life. I love that. I'm so glad you do so as well, dear. So good to see you today. I'm so over whim relationships. No whim relationships. Tap to claim. Thank you, Liz. And thank you, Marie, for sharing the live, and thank you for subscribing. I'm afraid I don't use that. I'm for it. I don't have that format for donation, Marie. But if you go to my tree that has binks in it, you can see the places you can send donations to get on the reading list here. Chat, and thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen. 805 Marie. Happy Hump Day, Cassandra. Almost the weekend. I know we're so close. We're so close. Thank you, dear. Thank you for that. And thank you for being a part of this collective, dear. I feel like I'm in a whim relationship with myself now. That's good though. Being in a whim relationship with yourself is okay. Okay. It's all right if it's you to you. I'll check it out. No problem, dear. New beginnings all around May for me. Tap to claim, Alexandra. So Marie, the way it works is I do 4 card readings for a donation of 20. I do 3 card readings for 29 or more for non-subscribers. For subscribers, it is 23 for 4 cards. And also as a subscriber, you will also have access. You will also have eligibility for 1 card readings each and every day. You should also now have access to our subscriber only Discord. Just a reminder to anyone who would like to get on the list right now, if you get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. We do angelic guidance readings here, highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretation, past life readings, mediumship, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, love readings, life path readings. The only things we don't read for are pregnancy and medical. If you'd like to see the full list of readings I offer, you can head over to our tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. They are all there. And if you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant to your reading, for instance, if you have a dream you would like interpreted or a past life regression you would like more information on, you can either send it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can include it in the channel that is dedicated to that if you are a subscriber over on our subscriber only Discord. Marie, if you want more cards or if you want a deeper reading, I would recommend booking a private reading with me, which you can do on my site, if that helps. And you can find all of those the links to do that in the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. That said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. We want to give you guys a couple updates before we do. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hangman. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the death card. Don't worry, it's not that scary. I'm going to talk to you guys in that class. I'm going to work you through the symbology of that card, the history of that card. We're going to work through spread applications to help you understand how to interpret that card in any way it may appear in your own readings. And I will also be providing you a unique spread that you can take with you to help channel the messages of the death card in your own readings. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you guys an update on everything we have studied prior to that class beginning. But if you wanted to catch up, now is a great time to join because you've got about 2 weeks before our next class. You could do about like 3 classes per week if you wanted to catch up. Also, if you decide to become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events and my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you an update on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. And I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey on a budget. I'm also really happy to offer now dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a package. If you purchase the dream series, I would strongly encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 6th person read for today if you get on the list right now. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you'd like to see the full list of things we offer as readings, you can head over to my tree that has Binks in it, and they're all listed there. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other apps, you can also get on the list today via following that same tree. Hi there, Shannon. How are you doing today? Good to see you. And thank you as well. Just reading up and catching up on some of the comments. Hello there, Helen. How are you doing today? Oh, hold on a minute. Hi there, and thank you. Good to see you, Bridget. Very fitting. All right, and Team Lasana, good to see you too. You're so welcome, and thank you, Marie. I've got you on the list as well. I'm so glad that you found me, and I'm so glad we found each other at a perfect time. Very happy to be reading for you. And thank you as well. Happy Hump Day, Cassandra. Thank you as well, Marie. New beginnings. I love it. What are we bringing in for May? And thank you for the follow. Minnie, can you tell me more about the pet readings? So curious why my cat came into my life when he did. Absolutely. You know, the thing I always enjoy doing with pet readings is that we never choose them. They choose us. Every single time I've done a reading on an animal, they're like, it's really funny. They think that they chose me. They find us, and they usually are coming to us because they like, it's a very intentional relationship. So often when I do a pet reading, I'm going to tell you kind of why they're in your life. what they're kind of there to help you with, and what they might be energetically experiencing. So basically explaining the combination of why they are, like why they have chosen to be your companion on your particular life path. And Queen, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And why I came into his life to help him as well. Exactly. That's everything that we go into in one of those pet readings. And thank you, Patricia, for the follow, and thank you for sharing the live. It's okay, Marie. I'll be happy to return the difference to you at the conclusion of this live. And Goldie, thank you for the follow. Jessica, thank you for getting on the list here. You'll be read for after Marie. We've got 4 spots left for today. If you would like to get on the list, 4 spots left, and then the list will be closed today. So if you would like to secure one of those spots, please do so sooner rather than later. Just a reminder, we do highest priority messages from Spirit here. We do life path readings. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We do angelic guidance readings. We do dream interpretation readings. You can see if you are getting a reading with me and you feel that there is information that is relevant for the sake of our reading. For instance, if you have a dream you would like to share that you would like me to interpret, or if there is a past life regression you've had that you would like more information upon, all you need to do is either include it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord and you can post it in the allocated channels for those questions. All right. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few moments. Hi there. Oh, thank you, Marie. I'll make sure to, I'll actually include a couple of extra cards in your reading today for that. Thank you so much. And Shy Hi, thank you for the follow. The clock app's being a silly goose. Well, I'm very frustrated to hear that, Haley. Have you tried closing it and opening it again? Bridget, so true. My Hazel came in after my sister's best friend took their life, and it definitely helped me heal. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. And thank you for being here as always. I'm so glad that it helped you in that way. And again, I loved reading for your pets. You've always just got a bunch of great energy around you. Jess, looking forward to the reading, as am I, Jess. Thank you for getting on the list, dear. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Nikki. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Good to see you. Yeah, I had to update it, so hopefully that helps. I hope so, dear. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started. If there's anyone across the other apps who would like to get on the list for today, you can as well. You just need to head over to my profile and the tree that's there. You can find the donation links as well. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time. I got to get the cards together. That helps, doesn't it? There we go. That said, no better time than the present. I need to take a little drink too before we get started. There's too much Aries energy. Everything's so dry right now. That said, and guys, just a reminder before we get started too, please remember we've got 2 different contests going on right now. I will be giving a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that contest. And the other giveaway we're doing right now is we will be doing a reading giveaway back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. That said, yep, that said, yeah, no, I'm saying that said a lot. Okay, call me out on it. Why don't you, Bridget? Little goldfish. All right, why don't we get started? See, I didn't say it. Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we're starting. Ooh, that's nice. First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the Two of Swords in its reversal in combination with the Eight of Cups in its reversal. And I like this because this is saying to me, all of this work that we're seeing right now is fortifying. And it feels like it's fortifying in the realm of working towards energetic, I mean, and here, and this is why it's going to feel a little bit rough right now. These two cards in combination are trailblazing energy. And I want you to think about trailblazing. Like, what is we throw the term trailblazing around very willy-nilly, but you have to think about the fact that when you're trailblazing, right? When you're carving a path of intention for yourself, it's not easy, right? It's rough. You have to be ready to like navigate a lot of those bumps, a lot of those hurdles, right? This is what we talk about a lot as it relates to tenacity and conviction. Taurus can help us a lot with these lessons because a lot of the lessons that Taurus come here to learn have to do with having to learn that if you want to be tenacious, you have to be able to navigate difficulty, right? It's rough terrain when we're trying to trailblaze, when we're trying to like push through, when we're trying to carve out a path, right? You have to you have to hold that vision intact, and then you move forward through something come what may, right? This is often why we talk about the fact that if our egos are too fragile, we often don't get anywhere, right? Because if you got a fragile ego and you're trying to trailblaze and do something, the first time you're knocked off your axis, you go, "Oh, I'm not doing that anymore," right? You just go running away, like, "Oh, that hurt. Oh, I'm gonna go," like, and you go chasing away. You have to build like working through creating something is an endurance exercise, right? It's not about skipping down. It's not about skipping down a lane. It's about understanding and working through the rigor of what it takes to get from one place to another. And it's not easy. And that's why I keep on seeing that's to a certain extent how some of this, I want to say some of this Leo Mars energy in combination with Venus moving into Aries, in combination during Taurus season, it's giving me a lot of like, it's a rough job, but somebody's got to do it, right? Because that's often how we feel when it comes to our manifestations, right? It's like it's finding the ability to whistle as you work as you do so, right? Because we see this, we talk a lot about, we're going to talk about these Taurus lessons, because here's the thing with Taurus lessons, and this is like often you can predicate the difference between a happy Taurus and a sad Taurus in the fact that as to whether they say things are groovy or if they're fuming, right? Like if a Taurus is like grooving, then a Taurus is happy because it's fun. It's finding, right, what's the difference, and this is all Mercury coming back into focus. What's the difference between a groove and a rut, right? Everything that we do, it's finding that syncopation, it's finding that pace, it's finding that vibration in yourself that says, I could do this forever. I love this. I love this song, right? So when we're in that space, we feel, and this is often what you see with like this is why you see like a happy Taurus or a not so happy Taurus. You see the Taurus that has worked on understanding and finding that ability to kind of move into the groove space, which is one that works through adaptability that leads one into a deeper sense of comfort. But what happens? What do you see? We've all encountered them. Have you ever seen the ups? Like there's nothing worse than a sad Leo. There's nothing worse than a sad Taurus, because when a Taurus feels like they're in a rut, right? It's that it starts to it builds into that fuming, right? It builds into that frustration, it builds through the slog, right? That energetic heaviness. And that's because all of the work that we do when we're navigating Taurus season has to do with understanding the lessons of majesty, right? And majesty is one, it's like it's a dense energy, right? But it's also heavy. But what happens when you're able to carry heaviness with grace? When you carry heaviness with grace, right? It looks effortless. That's why, again, that's why when we see majesty, we bow to them, we show the shoulders, because it is in honor of the energetic weight that someone is carrying, right? It is the ability to carry something that almost looks like it's effortless, right? And so this is often the work that those with Taurus placements come here to work through. But at the same time, and I keep on seeing this, there's a lot of this work that has to be navigated right now in relationality to the difference between tenacity and stubbornness, right? What is the difference between tenacity and stubbornness? Well, when we feel tenacious about something, our heart's in it, right? We're like, no, 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 this is important, right? We hold on to something because we articulate the meaning it has, right? Like, I'll never stop talking about this, because it's a lot of that ability. That's what we need with heart opening, right? Tenacity is often heart opening because it feels very vulnerable, but you're being vulnerable because it's the force of your care that becomes its own battery. Now, what is stubbornness? Stubbornness and tenacity are often confused with each other. Stubbornness, you can usually tell the difference between something that is tenacious and something that's stubborn. Because when you're stubborn, you're usually being bitter about something, right? You're not holding on to something because it's important, because it propels you forward. You're holding on to it because you get stuck. Like, you really usually, and often we can tell when the ego is sometimes moving too much. Like, the ego likes to get stubborn about things, right? Because the ego is the energetic defense mechanism of the self. So sometimes we often have to have those moments that we have to look at something that the ego is holding on to, right? And be like, what is in your hand? Like, I'm gonna let go. I know, but I need to see what's in. No, right? Because often we have to go through these moments where we understand, and this is what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of this work around like ego checking, which is recognizing what it is that we hold on to understand if it's something that we are energetically tenacious about, right? Something that our heart is really connected to, or something that's holding us back, right? Something that is acting as an energetic block, something that feels like, it creates that feeling of licking the wounds, or works in that space of energetically fuming, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work that's happening here, and this is what's allowing for a lot of the differences that we're seeing across the frequencies as these same lessons are being navigated. Now let's talk about how it's affecting the frequencies in kind. Center card for today's spread. Wow. Ace of Cups in its reversal. I'm not surprised to see this card right now, because if you'll recall, where were we yesterday? Pulling up yesterday's signs. This card, oh my goodness, guys, please, if you're listening to the podcast, go check out yesterday's spread. This is the exact same card in the exact same position, in the exact same direction that we had yesterday. This is exactly what I mean with tenacity right now. And I see a lot of energy right now going through a heart opening. And this is why I'm going to tell you right now, the energy coming into divine union, this might be the most difficult space to be right now, because when we talk about heart opening, and I need to stress this, heart opening energy, like working to heal the heart chakra, it's not that everything in there is good, right? That we store a lot of pain. We store a lot of pain there. And this is why, if we've got a bunch of energy right now coming into divine union, and the energy is going, if everything's fine, why do I feel like I'm going mad, right? This is why. Because what happens, right? What happens when we come into a place of stabilization, when we reach a level of stability that we never had before, the unconscious body has been storing trauma up until that point. And when the body finally feels that it's in a place that it's safe, it goes, oh, good, release. Like, open the gate, open the gates. And all of those things start flooding to the surface. This is often why we talk about the fact that we don't heal from trauma to make room for more trauma. We heal from trauma to be able to handle the joy when it arrives, because it's only in that moment that we experience the joy that the trauma finally feels ready to be energetically released via the heart opening. So that's why I keep on seeing that. What is the energy right now? Those chariot partnerships we talked about that were forming just a few weeks ago, rising into divine union. What are they doing? They're not projecting it on each other, right? They're holding each other. They're holding the frequency that they found in the stabilization by not projecting the trauma that is opening up in the heart opening onto each other, but articulating through it, right? I told you, Taurus cycle, combination work between heart and throat chakra, communicating through it instead of reacting to it, that allows one to stabilize and heal from it, right? Because when we start projecting, what do we do when we project? When we start releasing trauma and we project the trauma, we start acting the trauma out. So this is why we keep on seeing that the stabilization point of the energy coming into divine union is being identified by their capacity to navigate healing the trauma, not through activation, but via the communication. Not easy, right? But also, again, we're in Taurus season. Everything's about endurance exercises. Okay. Now, and that's why I keep on saying, like, if you're feeling this right now, coming into divine union, you're fine. I want you to say to yourself, you're fine. You're not like you're like better out than in, but don't make sure you're not projecting it onto counterpart. Coming into divine union, energy deep within divine union, right? A lot of this work that we're seeing right now, for a lot of the energy coming deep within divine union right now, this is what I keep seeing in relationality to the fact that the energy deep within divine union is going through. I keep on seeing a lot of like Taurus Gemini work, which is saying to me it's a lot of temperance work, because that's the energy that says that it's working through the paradox of a lot of the Taurus lessons. And the paradox of the Taurus lesson is that the only way one can move into comfort, your ability to find comfort is equally proportional in how much discomfort you can navigate. Because, and then this is hard. This is hard for Taurus to learn, because Taurus, it's hard for them to find comfortability. So once Taurus find comfortability, they really don't like to leave it. Right? But that's the irony of it. You have to leave your comfort zone to find new comfort zones. And also, we talk a lot about the fact here that, like, again, healing isn't just about feeling cozy all the time, right? If you're in a healing journey and you're like, yeah, I just do what feels good all the time. That's not healing. That's spiritual bypassing. Okay, like, that's not like, if you just say to me, I'm healing. Yeah, I know. I just avoid anything uncomfortable. No, 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 no. That's not healing. That's indulging. Okay. That's not healing. Not healing, that's indulging, right? We do the work of healing by looking at uncomfortable situations and not turning our nose up from them, right? But saying, what can I do? What can I do to try to resolve something? What can I do to try to make something better? What can I do to see how I can affect the temperature? What can I do to try to bring something into a state of betterment, right? And when we talk about, and this is what we mean, that's often misunderstood when it comes to non attachment. Non attachment doesn't mean you don't care about things, it means you don't care about things that aren't important. For instance, the conversation we've been having about surrender, right? Identifying and recognizing and saying to the higher self, show me what is important and show me what I need to let go of that is limiting me from moving towards that pathwork of the higher self. It's not just saying, I don't care about anything. It's great. I'm just on a spiritual journey. I don't care about the world at all. What are you doing? Like, that's not a spiritual journey. And so I see that a lot of this energy right now is leaning into in uncomfortability to try to make something energetically better, right? It's working in that space, and it's shoulder energy, right? Because it's the energy that says this is something that is important, and we find strength as we move in accordance to it. And often we can tell that we feel that tenacity because we feel weakened and strengthened at the same time, right? It feels like, again, it's like it's moving the energetic muscle of the healthy heart space. While for masculine and feminine energy right now in separation, here are the two cards. And I just need to point out how I just got these two cards. I keep a stone I keep a stone on my table, and I went to go draw the deck, and the 2 cards were stuck under the stone. The very Taurus reading we're having today. Okay. The next 2 cards we've got, there it is, right? Everything about the difference between, there's, I keep on hearing stubbornness and tenacity. They look similar, they're very different. Okay. And we're going to talk about this for a minute because I find it really beautiful, the elegance that we've seen in the readings this year. Because you'll recall when we were going through the start of the year, you will remember what were we talking about at the start of the year? Confidence and courage. The cousins, confidence and courage, that look very alike, but they're very different, and you never see them in the same place, because when you have confidence, you don't need courage. And when you have courage, you have courage, because if you had confidence, you wouldn't need the courage, right? We're talking a lot now about the difference between stubbornness and tenacity, right? Stubbornness is the exquisite insistence. It's holding on to something that has meaning. And we can often articulate about the fact that something is important to us because we say, right? And we can, and when we're not feeling certain about whether we're being stubborn or tenacious, we talk to ourselves. We say to ourselves, we say, why is this important? And the higher self, when we're being tenacious, says, sit down. I got something to tell you. We'll talk about this all day. We'll talk about this forever. There's nothing more important, right? But when we're stubborn, what does the ego say? I want it that way. Why? I want it that way. But why? I want it that way. Sounds an awful lot like someone who's insisting. Sounds awful lot like someone who needs to go through the pathwork of surrender, because what happens? When we insist, we cannot see, right? The problem with insistence isn't the fact that we might receive the thing that we insist upon. The fact that when we insist, we fail to see the possibilities of what could be even greater than the thing that we're being so darn rigid about, right? And so I keep on seeing that a lot of that space, or working through that, right? Healing the egoic wounds. This is a lot of the energy in separation. This is why we find a lot of this energy right now in separation, working through the pathwork of the magician energy. Because ironically, the energy in separation is in magician right now, because they're saying absolutely no illusions. Right? This is the energy that's saying, you accept me in my authenticity, because when I'm in my authenticity and I'm being intentional, nothing you see is accidental, right? That is the energy. That is what the presence of majesty is. That is the energy, the majestic force that says, I'm good with myself. Everything you see is the combination of the pathwork that one is built upon. And when we celebrate ourselves, we start to let go of others' expectations for us, because it is the energy that says, right? And this is why I see a lot of this energy right now working through that, trying to heal that, particularly because they're leaving relationships or situations where someone was trying to tell them that either they couldn't move forward on something because they weren't perfect, recognizing that perfect is never something found, right? You don't say to someone, we can do that when it's perfect, because perfect is always outside of the grasp. Or this is energy where someone was coming towards them based on inclination, on whim, right? And so this is a lot of the energy that says, I create intentionally. I bring the intentionality of the self to the relationship. I see it in counterpart, and together we can create something profound. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Swords and its reversal, in combination with our Eight of Cups and its reversal. One card to clarify, I like her in her upright. We like this. I like this. We didn't see, I have to point out, yesterday, we didn't see a lot of feminine energy out. And I'm not surprised to see the fact, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I wasn't surprised not to see a lot of feminine energy out yesterday, because what we were effectively identifying was the fact that we've seen the High Priestess showing up for days in our reading. And the High Priestess is almost like the female hermit card. So we see a lot of that. This is a lot of the feminine energy that has been like going into their mind palace, if you will. Like there's a lot of this. I feel like this new moon Like this new moon energy in Taurus has been allowing for a lot of contemplation. But I like this because I see that that's the contemplation that's moving into the context of activation. And what's beautiful about this, and I feel like that what we're seeing here is the difference of the impact between masculine and feminine energy. And I love this for the energy in separation because I told you this is the energy. What does it feel like when you're moving into authenticity? What is the song you hear that you often find when you move into the space of your authenticity? I don't care. But like, and I need to point this out, it's not the energy that's saying I don't care, like I don't care about things. That is the song of surrender that we hear that a lot of the energy in separation is, which is the energy that says, I look like I'm okay like this. I'm just gonna be me. Right. It's the celebration of the authenticity that often feels right. And this is what we talk about with healthy manifestation, right? This is energy that is working into the context of feeling the messiness of the authenticity that's released. But when we, and this is what it feels like to feminine, right? This is feminine that feels like they're a hot mess in the process of doing that. And what is the masculine see? A confident masterpiece, right? The sense of the self that embraces the self. That when we love our energy, we become energetically majestic because we embrace our exquisite nature, right? We don't try to be something that we're not. We just become, and I keep on hearing this energy that's saying, I'm going to stop trying. And the higher self says in that moment of stopping to try, they started to be, right? And that's not, and again, that's not giving up. I need to stress this. That's not giving up on the self, right? That's not giving up on the self. That's not like not caring about the self. It's unattachment. It is not caring about outside expectations that are not in alignment with one's own expectations. The wand, right? Identifying what it is that the standard that one holds oneself to. Masculine doing the same work in separation, healing from the illusion of rejection. This is masculine saying if rejection is an illusion, if there is a circumstance or situation, and this is the masculine, like this is the masculine energy, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. This is the masculine energy having that breakthrough that says, yeah, guess what? You can get anything you want by pretending to be anybody you want to be. But here's the catch. If you decide to get anything you want by pretending to be anyone you want to be, you have to wear that mask for the rest of infinity. That's what the universe says. If that's what you want, right? This is why we talk about the fact that a healthy manifestation does not require one to disassociate in the process of moving towards it, because then the manifestation becomes a punishment, right? That's when we be careful what you wish for. Because if you say, I'll do anything, if you are willing to sacrifice who you are to become something, to attain something, then you have to be in a state of falsehood for the rest of energetic infinity. So that's why we see that for a lot of the masculine energy, this is the masculine energy that's working towards saying to the self, the energy of the counterpart is going to adore me for being me. And if the feminine energy comes towards me and they don't like what they see, hallelujah, hallelujah, because that is the energetic protection. Because that's a masculine that says, if I know who I am and I am in my authenticity, I become a beacon for my counterpart who can see me and love me there. So that's why we see, I told you, what are both of these energies doing? And this is the masculine going, if I'm open about my feelings, right? If this is a situation where I try to express my feelings and a feminine energy goes, ew, feminine, like, ew, feelings. And the masculine goes, then that's a feminine energy that I would never be able to express my feelings to, right? These are both of these. And this is, again, this is masculine coming almost to feminine like a child, right? Feeling like a child. And what does feminine see? I've never seen someone so confident. I've never seen someone so authentic. I've never seen someone so strong. And both of these energies in their magician, because they're releasing illusion and being able to see one another clearly. Continuing to get clarification for energy coming into divine union between the Eight of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Ace of Cups in its reversal. One card to clarify, Three of Cups in its upright. And I'm telling you right now, like, listen, this is like for a lot of, and this is why I'm saying right now, if you are coming into divine union right now, if you're part of those chariot partnerships that are coming to divine union and everything is going great and suddenly you feel awful, if suddenly you're saying to me, if you're saying, I don't know what's going on, everything is better than, if everything's better than it ever has been, where is all of this coming from? This is the release of all of the trauma you've been carrying up until this point. And that's why I keep on hearing that's the healing center that happens between the heart and the throat chakra. Because often, and this is why you have to be cautious and conscientious about, when we reach a point of stability and all the trauma starts to come out, it's very important that you don't start projecting it. Because often when the trauma starts coming out, the inclination is to want to start to activate into it. Don't activate upon trauma that is releasing from you. Articulate through it, because utilizing the heart and throat chakra is the identification point of the difference between dipping into a higher frequency versus falling back out of it when the trauma starts coming out. So that ability of understanding that when we go through a heart opening, the first things we start experiencing is all the pain from the past that we haven't had an opportunity to release, but then finding the stabilization point by speaking it out instead of acting it out. This is the energy that is able to embrace one another through that work. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, clarification between our Ace of Cups and our King of Swords and its Ace of Cups in its reversal, and combination of King of Swords in its upright, we've got here our Nine of Cups in its upright. This center spread right now, I just want you to go back to yesterday, because yesterday was such a Saturn read that the Saturn energy was so heavy in yesterday's reading. But I need to point this out, and this is what's really beautiful about this. When we push ourselves, right? This is a lot of that journey that we're seeing in relationality to Taurus energy. When we push outside of our comfort zone, we find new pastures of peace. When we push outside of our comfort zone, we find new pastures of peace, right? And so a lot of this work that I'm seeing here, like, this is why I see that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, like working to that effort, right? Putting, like, I keep on hearing and I keep on hearing it, the reason it's Saturn is also moving into Aries, so it's like ironing things out. It's ironing things out. It's working through the fact that in order to smooth something over, you have to be able to iron something out, right? So that work, like, again, it's hard work, but someone has to do it. Like, it's putting that force of energy to something, even if it isn't easy, because that's when you iron something out, that's how you smooth something over, right? You have to do so. You have to be patient. You have to you have to be slow, right? And that's why I keep on seeing there's a lot of this work on temperance energy. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords and our Page of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify. Six of Swords in its upright. It's not easy, right? But that's the thing about it. We talk about it. A healthy spiritual journey is not about avoiding hard things. Okay. A healthy spiritual journey is not about avoiding hard things. It's about identifying what it takes when our heart's in something, right? It's working and not being too hard on ourselves in the process. And I see for some of the energy right now, working through this, I can keep on hearing like there's something that's going through all the frequencies right now that says, if you're trying to work towards perfection, you can't be beating yourself up every moment, right? Like, I know you probably don't like me saying that, but if you're gonna, you can't. It's not about being perfect. It's doing what you can, right? And I keep on seeing that for a lot of that work, like identifying what that work is. It's not just and I keep on seeing the beauty of that occurs is when we find compassion for the self, it's the compassion that we're immediately able to address and immediately able to give to all of those around us, right? And it's not, and I keep on seeing, like, it's a lot of that, and I keep on seeing the difference, right? And I want to describe this. It's not the fact that there isn't something here. There is some resolution of things that is happening across the frequencies. There are some healing, there are some healings that are happening, particularly in relationships. But I will stress, this is not the healing in relationships that says, looks at each other and says, let's pretend that never happened. Because what happened what is the guarantee that something will happen again? When someone says, let's pretend that never happened, right? Because you don't heal something by avoiding it, right? You confront it, you navigate through it, you look at what can be done differently, right? You work towards resolution, you work towards the affirmation. And that's why I see that there's a lot of energy right now building into intention, building into new practices, building into new energetic cycles. And they're being patient with themselves because they're understanding that a journey of miles begins with small increments, right? It's not about a giant leap, it's about small steps. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Wands and our Three of Cups in its upright. There it is. There's that new ground energy, right? What's the difference between a breakdown and a breakthrough, right? And that's why I think this is important, because if you'll remember yesterday, we had the Tower card up. We had the Tower card up right next to the Ace of Cups in its reversal. And so what's really beautiful about this is we're identifying and recognizing that the difference when we're having a breakdown is we're working on the heart opening, right? When we're having a breakdown, we have the heart opening and we activate through it, right? When we allow the heart opening to activate through it, this is often what is archetypal or described as a breakdown. But when we feel the heart opening, right? But we move it into the space of activating through our heart and our throat chakra, what occurs in that space? A breakthrough, right? Because we talk about non-attachment, and non-attachment does not mean disassociation. Non-attachment does not mean that you stop feeling things. What on earth, in what reality have you ever seen someone go, you know what, it's so great, I've never been better. I can't feel a thing. Look at this. No, do anything you want to. I can't feel anything. What? Like, that is distressing. That is disturbing. That does not sound okay, right? Our ability to heal is not when we stop feeling things. It's when when we are able to separate ourselves from what we are feeling, so we don't come into activating on it, but recognizing and articulating through it. And the reason we need to do this is because we all store trauma. And when we feel energetically triggered, the body's first response is to want to activate. But that's why I keep on hearing that ability of coming into that space is built upon the context of being able to feel something with gravitas and then communicate it with just as much energetic significance, right? And that's a lot of that work that we see, because everything I keep on seeing here across all the frequencies has to do not with the fact that the energy isn't feeling something. Remember, we never stop feeling trauma. We never come into a spin. Like, this is why it's always wacky when someone says, yeah, it's great, I'm going to move forward after I start, when the trauma goes away. The trauma never goes away. If you could get rid of trauma, it wouldn't be called trauma. Trauma is sticky pain. It's something that lingers. It's something that we hold on to. It's how we energetically carry it that allows us the proportion to move through it. And that's why we describe majesty as someone who's able to bear the weight, because someone with majestic energy, right, has a lot of responsibility on them, right? The heavy load, but they carry it with grace, right? So this is why we're learning. There's a lot of majestic lessons that we see. There's a lot of lessons right now as it relates to working in the context of majesty. And the first one being that when you feel something significant, you don't react to it, you articulate through it, right? Hence non-attachment. But remembering that non-attachment does not mean not feeling. Continue, and that's happening across all the frequencies, right? Because what happens when we're not feeling? That's the ego. The ego goes la 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 la. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Cups in its upright in combination with our Nine of Cups in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Oh, got two cards popping out. Two cards. Woof, there it is. And this is what I'm telling you right now. This is hardest right now for chariot relationships. You'll recall that I said that for the energy right now coming into divine union, this can feel like some rocky terrain, because I just keep on seeing that for the energy coming into divine union right now, this same force is like everything was fine a minute ago. Everything's perfect. Why do I feel like this? Because you're understanding and recognizing pain that you didn't even know you were carrying. Because that's what the heart space does when the heart has to stay closed. The heart goes, we don't have time for this. You can't. No, give me that. Right? The heart goes, nope, absolutely not. Right? The heart does not try to heal on the battlefield. Right? The heart goes, nope, we're going to put this over here, buddy. We can't deal with that right now. Oh, no. We're not, I'll deal with that later. Right? And so that's why this can feel very triggering for energy coming into stabilization point, because the energy suddenly feels stable and goes, everything's great. Why do I feel so, like, where's this coming from? It's coming from the past. You just didn't. And that's why I keep on seeing that as long as one, and this is why it's really important that the energy right now isn't projecting it out, because when you project it out, you can fall back into separation, right? The ability to articulate through it and not project it, right? Not to lash it out, but to talk through it is the separation point. I'm going to tell you right now, there might be some circumstances here where energy is feeling that trauma unlocking, and that fear sends them right back into separation, because that's the higher self that says they weren't ready. They just wanted to replay the trauma instead of talk about it, right? So I just keep on seeing that a lot of that is being worked through right now. And so, but I do see like what's happening here. I keep on hearing. That's why I saw that it's kind of beautiful with this tower energy, because I just keep on hearing, mostly breakthroughs. Right? I'm hearing mostly breakthroughs, which is like I'm getting 3 out of 4 ain't bad. I'm getting 3 out of 4 ain't bad. Now, continuing to get clarification for energy deep within divine union. Like that's what I keep on for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working in that context, working through that context to a certain extent, it's giving me a lot of it is what it is, right? And it's giving me a lot of the only way out is through, right? It's giving me a lot of that observation of working through the hurdles of the self, working through one's own sense of frustration from the self. But this is why I keep on seeing that there's something absolutely beautiful for the energy deep in connection, because I keep on hearing some beautiful conversations in relationality to the fact that healthy partnership is having a clear mirror, right? The gift that we have in healthy partnership is when we're too hard on ourselves, right? When we want to beat ourselves up, when we start to feel the crushing weight of our own, the crushing weight of our own, desire to achieve. We have the counterpart that can say, hey, that's you're overly internalizing something. That's something you're experiencing outside of self. This is actually something you could work on within. The calibration, the gift, and this is why it's so important as to be in relationship where we're able to have hard conversations, right? Because what is the true pledge of a hard conversation, which is the energy? I keep on hearing this is the energy. These are the warrior partnerships that hold each other by the hand and say, I will always be kind, even if something isn't nice, right? Because when we are kind, we're able to have a hard conversation because we see the perception of the other and we say, I'm giving you something to help you, right? Whereas when we're working through the context of nicety, like that's often sometimes why, again, if you're too much in a space or you're in a relationship where energy feels like they have to pat around you because they're worried that something that they say will upset you, we often feel like there's no communication in our relationships because the energy, the ego itself creates like a fortress of solitude. Nobody can come towards us because we can't operate in a space of hearing anything that we don't energetically want to hear, right? So that's why I keep on seeing that this is the energy that, and again, this is beautiful because this is a message we heard for the energy and separation that's now coming up to the energy deep within divine union that says, I love you because I love hashing things out with you. I love taking something apart. I love putting it back together again because that is why the energy says, with you, I can constantly disassemble in order to reassemble better. And that isn't the energy that again, this is why we say the beauty of non-attaching. The beauty of non-attaching, which is not disassociating, is when we're not attached, when we can feel our emotions and not react to them. They give us the gift and counterpart connection where we can hash things out in order to constantly disassemble, in order to reassemble. We're moving into Gemini season. This is going to become really important soon. Continuing to get clarification for the energy and separation between our Nine of Cups in combination with our Six of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify. There it is, our Death card. And we're going to be talking about this card in our next tarot class, which is happening today, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. You can join our Tarot Church Substack as a paid subscriber if you'd like to take a part in that class. A lot of energy here in relationality to transformation. A lot of energy here in relationality to working in the context of what one can change. And I'm telling you right now, the beauty that's happening for a lot of the energy in separation, and we talk about this here. One of the signs that you're moving towards a manifestation is you get the ick, right? Often moving towards a manifestation isn't about becoming something that you're not. It's letting go of what's not energetically serving you. So this is energy that's moving towards counterpart. And what are they saying as they do so? I'm sick. What are they sick of? I'm sick of trying to be something that I'm not. I'm sick of trying to trying to be performative to keep another person's interest. I'm sick of experiencing relationships where someone isn't investing the effort that is required to build consistency. And this is the energy that is reminding themselves that it is not that having something energetically consistent is not a need to have. It is not a nice to have. It is a need to have. Because when we are in the space, when we're in the energetic space of building into partnership, something that is good but inconsistent is worse than something that is bad all the time. Because when something is good and inconsistent, you're constantly hoping it will get better, but you never see any reason that it will, and you never want to leave for fear that it might. And so this is a lot of the energy that remembers and is reminding themselves as they're moving out of separation. You can never give consistency to inconsistency and expect it to create consistency. All you do when you feed consistency to inconsistency is you reaffirm another person's desire to be inconsistent. You can't put consistency to inconsistency and expect it to change. You nail it in you put it in concrete. You know, like all you're doing is putting it in concrete, right? Like why? Like it's perfect. And this is often why we have those like the unhealthy balanced relationship where someone's going, why won't something change? And another person's going, this is excellent, right? Healthy manifestation. And this is why I see that this is the energy that's saying, in order to move towards what is for me, if I want a consistent relationship, the solution to that isn't to stick around in an inconsistent relationship and go, please, please, please turn this into something that it's not. Please, please, please. Why isn't my manifestation acting like manifestation? It's recognizing the way you find something is to figure out where it's not. It's not sitting around and waiting for a rock to become a tree. Manifestation isn't the act of transformation, it is the act of moving in accordance with alignment. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy, recognizing and identifying that fact, this is the energy that says, in order to move towards what is for me, I have to be prepared of letting go what is not. And that doesn't mean a person. It means if I am seeking energetic consistency with someone and someone is not showing up in a consistent way, I don't stick around and continue to like push on them. I articulate what I need. And if it's not them, I move in accordance with it. So I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy. This is why there's so much of this energy right now that is right, like in their authenticity, because this is the energy that's saying that the ability to ask should be met with need. And the minute that it feels like one is nagging another person for something, it is the identification point of the resistance between what another person is giving versus what you're asking for. And I keep on hearing the energy right now in separation saying, my counterpart will not require me to nag to move into manifestation. They'll just want the same things that I do, right? This is the energy that says, if I'm nagging, if it feels like I'm nagging, it's because I'm asking someone for something that they don't want to give me, right? And so that's why we see that there's a lot of that energy that says, like, that's working towards our manifestation, and they're saying the proper thing that we say when we move towards a healthy manifestation goal to the universe, which is not gimme, it's help me see. Help me see what I have to change about myself. Help me see what I have to let go of. Help me see what I need to get better at, right? It's not about demanding outside. It's about working on the inside, continuing to get clarification between our Three of Pentacles in its reversal, our Four of Cups in its upright, and our Chariot card in its reversal. One card to clarify. And this is why I'm telling you right now that the energy of in separation is in Magician energy. Because the simple truth is, yeah, listen, you want that person who's not paying a lot of attention to you? Yeah, sure, you can have it. You have the relationship. This is the condition of it, right? And we can have anything we want. The question is not what it is that we arrive towards. The question is the conditions by which we receive it. And that's why I see even now that feminine and masculine working through that space, honoring the self. A healthy manifestation is not one that requires you to disassociate as you move closer towards it. And that's a feminine that says, if I'm moving towards my manifestation and I have to beg for the things that I want, if it feels like every step doesn't feel like a celebration, it feels like I'm pulling teeth. Well, great. It's going to be great. I'm going to have my manifestation. It's just going to feel like I'm in a dentist office the whole time, right? Instead of at a party. Congratulate. And the universe says, if you insist, you can have it. There it is, right? Masculine, same thing. Masculine, moving towards feminine. They don't like me for who I am. Oh, I can pretend to be someone else. Sure, yeah, you can. That's great. Now you're whoever this is. You just keep this up forever. You just live a relationship where you have a mask on for the rest of time, and you can have that. And this is why, again, what is this energy doing as they're working to heal the ego and come towards each other in authenticity? When we let go of what we expect, when we say to the universe, this is what I'm looking for, surprise me, we can find the things that are for us. It doesn't require us to change who we are. It requires us to become more embodied in ourselves. It becomes more responsible. It becomes more in tune with opening up our heart space. And when we do so, we allow for that disrobing of the false self that allows the true counterpart to see us. Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Cups in combination with the Chariot in its reversal, in combination with the Death card. Now, this is why I'm like, for the energy right now coming into divine union, this is very difficult because you can see even now, The energy coming into divine union, I just see them saying, I have never felt so held. Why am I falling apart? You just answered your own question, my love. If I have never have felt so held, why am I falling apart? What are the counterparts saying? You've been holding on to that for a really long time, haven't you? And that's why, as long as we go through the heart opening and we don't lash out, we don't react to it, we don't let the trauma dictate how we respond, but we articulate through what we're feeling. We allow someone to hold us in that embrace that allows us to stay consistent in the arrival into the force of energetic balance. And that's why I'm telling you right now, if you're going through this right now and you're coming into divine union, activate your heart and throat chakra. Don't act it out. Don't lash out. Articulate through it. Don't react to it. Allow yourself to be held in the embrace of the consistency that you're creating with counterpart. Final card for today's spread, between our Six of Cups in combination with our Strength card in its reversal for the energy deep within divine union. There it is, Four of Wands in its reversal. It's not about the ideal. Ideal is made. It's not found. The ability, the irony, and we're working through this a lot, like these are all the Taurus lessons, right? You want the way you find ideal. Ideal is made. It's never found, just like perfect. We went through going through that Virgo full moon, right? We went through that Virgo full moon during the eclipse cycle, remembering like perfect is a cardinal direction. It's not a location. Ideal is not found. It's created. We build ideal with our own hands. We work with what we have. We create ideal is made in less than ideal circumstances, because it's not about waiting for ideal. It's about creating ideal from where you stand, right? Making it work. And that's why I keep on seeing that this is why the energy deep within divine union says to one another, my love for you is expansive, because in the moment that we embrace each other for who we are, right? Navigating that space. And this is why you can see all of these energies arriving in these points at the same time. This is the energy that says that when we are adaptable, we have energetically everything, because we build into the space of gratitude, right? We don't come into the point of comparison. We don't over focus. We build into that sense. And I just keep on seeing the energy in divine union saying to each other, every day we begin again. Every day is a new energetic start. Every day, it's not about arriving somewhere. It's about incrementally moving in the direction that we aspire to go. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, the reason that they say that to one another is I keep on hearing the energy deep within divine union that says it's a joy to build with you. Because when we've done the work on healing our egos to build into partnership where we don't take things personally, right? Where we can have hard conversations, but we get pragmatic in that hardness instead of getting defensive, then we build into the space of non-attachment that allows us to disassemble and reassemble constantly in the context of partnership. So I see even now that a lot of the energy right now is it's in temperance, but it's moving into Gemini. It's moving more into the space of understanding. The ability to take things apart and make them better is completely in direct proportion with our own ability not to work through the space of taking things personally, but getting energetically practical. Bottom of the deck on these readings, we have here, there it is, the Three of Wands in its reversal. This is what we always need to be conscientious of and energetically avoid in our relationships. We always fear that this is going to occur. And this is why it's really important that we don't get energetically reactive in the space that we feel our emotions, right? Because when we feel our emotions in a way that we are reactive, then energy doesn't want to come to us with their problems, right? We don't want to burden each other. When it feels like, look, when it feels like, this is why we say honoring the feelings isn't just being emotional all the time, right? Because when you're too energetically emotional and another person has emotions, they say, I don't want to put more weight on you, right? You're having a hard time as it is. You're having a hard time as it is. you, like, this is the thing. If it looks like, if you're in the space where it feels like you're struggling over your own emotions, energy is afraid to articulate and communicate with you because they don't want to give you more weight than you can energetically carry, right? So this is why we often work on being able, like the majesty, right? And when we're able to carry our emotions but not collapse under the weight of them, we become energetically majestic. And what is that? What is majesty? What does majesty say unconsciously to everyone around them? More weight, more weight. And this is why we feel safe in the embrace of majesty, right? Because when we have energy around us that is able to navigate their own emotions with a state of energetic composure, right? Not being reactive, then it allows for context of us feeling safe to come to another with our feelings, right? Because it doesn't feel like someone will collapse under the weight of them. It's the energy that almost says, I'm strong enough to carry it. So we see even now that there's something really, there's difficulty here because for some of the energy across all of the frequencies, it's working through the paradox of energy, often energy and we talk about this here, honoring the emotions is not just going like just not it's not just feeling your emotions and making it everyone else's problem all the time. That's being emotional. That is saying I have a hard time, I can't carry these. Like, this is an outside problem, it's not an inside problem, right? But when we come into the space, right, and we're all working on it, like, look, we all have our moments, right? We're all gonna have our moments with Aries season. It's not that we're perfect in this, okay? It's not that we're perfect, but we work towards it, right? We try to raise the roof in terms of what it is that we can carry energetically. Because when we are able to navigate our emotions in ways that we're able to keep our back straight, right? When we're able to feel a lot and just communicate through it instead of react to it, what we basically say to everyone around us, our love comes in the form of saying, bring it on, come in. I can take it. Bring it in. Right? Bring it in. I have enough room to hold it. And so I see that that is how we share weight with one another because we effectively are able to amplify and articulate that force. And so I just keep on, and the difficulty is often when energy is too much in a space of emotionality, it becomes earmuffs because others need to circumnavigate around you, right? Instead of coming towards you. And then that's those moments where sometimes it creates collapse because you think everything is perfect, but everyone's just terrified of you. Right? So that's why we do this work is so we feel like it's the context of understanding and recognizing. I told you the difference between stubbornness and tenacity is not working into a place of being energetically often when energy's stubborn, and this is the sad part, often when energy's stubborn, the song they hear is you're perfect. But it's not that they're perfect, it's just everyone's scared. Right? Like it's like everybody's scared. Like, you know, it's like, it's like meh, but and so when we're working in that context, like when we're building into the space of that, instead we create that context when we hold each other, wherein we identify and recognize that adaptability, right? That ability of working through something, it becomes like the energy, often the energy that feels like it's struggling under the weight of it is often the energy that is doing it perfectly. Because when you're constantly worried that you're carrying something wrong, it's usually a sign that you're carrying it just right. Because if you're worried that you're carrying it wrong, it means you understand the significance and this is all that again, the Mars and Leo, right? When you carry something carefully or you're worried about it, it's because you love it and because you recognize that it's an honor to carry it. And so I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work as it relates across the frequencies in being able to look towards one another and say, am I doing it right? And the energy saying to one another, you're doing it perfectly because you ask questions like that. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please find if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who was part of our recent class on the Hangman. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies in the tarot with a focus on the death card. It's not that scary, I promise. We are going to study the history of the card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, how you can read the card in any direction it may appear in your spreads. I'm also going to show you guys a unique spread you can take back with you to help channel the messages of the death card into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that class program, is mosey on over and become a subscriber to my Substack. Your subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'm going to do my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied prior to that class beginning. But if you wanted to catch up, this is the perfect time to join. You have a couple weeks to bone up on any of those classes. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we have studied or currently learning. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your impact towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my Mystic Meditations articles there, which gives you recaps on everything we've been reading energetically in the cards. And I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these individually per dream or as a series. I would encourage that if you purchase the series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Thank you guys so much for participating. The list is closed, but congratulations to Amy. You got our highest gifter for today. And Bridget, you got second, so you'll also have an additional card in your reading. If anyone would like to get on the list for tomorrow, the list is open. You'll have additional cards in the reading tomorrow. Marie, no, you're on the list, dear. You got it. No, so Marie, you sent a meteor. Yes, Marie, you are actually on the list because if you send a meteor, you automatically get added to the list. So you're good. I wanted to actually ask you because I know you already put in for a reading. So do you want to give me, would you like me to imply that for extra cards in your reading, or would you like to hold that reading for another day? You just let me know. And thank you so much for those gifts. And congratulations, Amy. That said, friends, we are also at 27.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a free reading back to the collective. And once we reach the completion of today's list, I will also be doing one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber and have a card pulled today, just hit that subscribe button, because once we get through the personal readings, you'll be on the list to have a free card pulled. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, totally can do that, Marie. Absolutely, and thank you, dear. All right, I'm going to take a minute, just read over some of the comments. And if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, the list is open. My Taurus partner. But it sounds like, I mean, like, here's the thing. I like Taurus energy, and that's why it's amazing when Taurus energy comes into the space of healing, because they just become pure majesty, right? It's pure majestic energy. Stubbornness is ego. Exactly, Nikki. I'm an Aries and Taurus moon. I mean, so you're working through it too, B, right? Those with Taurus placements often have to go through these journeys. And I got to stress, this could be a bit of a rough patch. I'm going to warn the Taurus energy right now. This season for you, with all of the planets in Aries, I don't want you being reactive, because it may feel like you're going to see red flags everywhere. Okay. I just wanted to remind you, there's just a lot of planets in Aries right now. Okay. Thank you for confirmation, Marie. Stubborn, yes, but also steady, grounded, and reliable. Again, I like to point out a healthy Taurus is never stubborn. They're just tenacious. A healthy Taurus is never stubborn. They're tenacious. Thank you, Marie. Thank you. I needed this so much. I'm so glad, dear. Fig, yes, exhaustion and pain start to make themselves present because it's finally safe to feel it. Exactly. Thank you for confirmation, Fig. I hope you're doing well today. And coincidentally, I'm having the work on my throat and heart chakra. You're doing that right now too. Let that serve as confirmation as well, Marie. Thank you as well, Bridget. Throat and heart chakra so close together. You can't speak sometimes when the heart is broken. Yeah. And I feel like here's the thing, it's because I'm telling you right now, Leo in Mars is activating our throat chakra. Taurus is activating the shoulders. So it's a lot, it's like a lot of work here and here right now. Happy, oh, and I know, thank you guys for welcoming our new collective members. Welcome, Addie, good to see you. Hi there, Mooby, hope you're doing well. Thanks, me too. I fell asleep apparently. Again, I'm never mad at you when you fall asleep here. I always point out, I think it's the highest compliment. I never understood why people get upset when we fall asleep around each other, because it is the energy there's no higher compliment. It literally means you feel safe here. So you're always welcome to take a nap. You're always welcome to take a nap in my lives. Thank you as well. And thank you for the gifts, Marie. I want it that way. Sounds like a Taurus. Yeah, right? Men, Menopacasa. Oh my gosh, I love that name. I just sang it in my head. When we insist, we cannot see. This is a needed verse. Thank you, Addie, for being here and receiving these messages. I just tried to pronounce that and it was really fun. I love saying that. It sounds like a pasta. But I'm Italian. Everything sounds like a pasta to me. L Universe, thank you for the follow. Yes, I don't care. It feels like meh. Thank you, SBM, for the hearts. And Queen of Ashes, thank you for the follow. Universal, thank you for the follow as well. Wear that mask for the rest of infinity. Yeah, who wants that? Grand Rising, Elisa. And Torby, thank you for the follow. How do you know what number you're at for the free reading? What do you mean by that? So I've got, Marie, if it helps, I keep a list here. So in relationality to your reading today, I've got you on the list I've got you on the list right now as our fifth person read for. I also have your second reading up as not as 9 because you also sent the galaxy. So again, that's we can just determine if you want to combine them into a single reading or if you'd like to hold the second one, we can do that too. And Palm, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Jamie, for confirmation, and thank you for those gifts 444. Thank you as well. I know it's hard right now. We can do hard things, Diva. I think my iron is broken. Check where your Saturn placements are, Bridget. Mercury is not in Gatorade. Mercury was in Gatorade for a long time. Mercury is the opposite of Gatorade right now. Mercury is just racing through Aries and is going to be hitting Taurus any minute now. My metaphorical iron called me out. Thank you, Alexandra. Heather, thank you for sharing the live. I keep my guard up because liars, lies, clowns love a circus. I'm a Capricorn. Yeah, that's a very Capricorn thing to say, Addie. But listen, trust. All you do, if someone breaks your trust and now you are untrusting, you've become them. Trust is never the failure point. Discernment is the failure point. Never think it's wrong to trust. We keep FYPing each morning describing the drama in my 20-year relationship. Are you in my Alexa? Well, Torby, first of all, I love your name. I'm a big fan of her, and I want to thank you so much for being here again. And I'm very glad to hear that some of these messages are in alignment. Thank you for joining us. I love that representation of majesty and grace. Thank you, Nikki. Embracing, yeah, it is. It's Atlas energy. You hit the nail on the head with that, Bella. It really is. It's like, and that's the thing. Atlas journey is about the majesty. The little bounces. Thank you, Debbie, for the follow. Addie, non-attachment, use our words, be objective, which can be super hard. It's the hardest thing. Absolutely. It's incredibly difficult. Totally agree. But we can do hard things, as Glennon says. Sherry, thank you for sharing the live, and thank you for confirmation, Marie. I've been doing a lot of crying lately. That's okay, Palm. Better out than in, right? And I'm telling you right now, if you have a lot of Pisces placements right now, this may be feeling like a very triggering time. You've had a bunch of planets popping in and out of your house. For those with Pisces placements, it may be very emotional. A lot of abandonment wounds coming up. For those with Aries placements, it's much more triggering for intimacy wounds. Like Pisces right now is saying, come back. Like Aries is saying, get away from me. Nikki, true. I just acknowledged a trauma last night that had been hiding with my partner. I'm so glad that you're doing that work, Nikki, and I'm so glad that you have someone to support you through it. Sassy Mother, thank you for the follow. And the dream reading yesterday kind of brought it to the surface. You're so welcome. I'm so glad that it helped. And I'm so glad we had the opportunity to read both of them because they were very much, this is why I like doing the consistent dream work because we start to see the themes. Waiting for things to become easier. No, Elisa, you're getting stronger, right? I don't want you to say I'm waiting for things to get easier. I want you to say I am getting stronger every day. Okay? No waiting in our manifestations. Okay? Tiki, I like what you're saying. Go get ready for work. Tiki, if you need to, you can catch this full reading over on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. If you can't stick around for the whole live, that's why I post them there every day. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Gina, the list for today is closed, but I think I've got you on the list. I think you're the last person I have today. So no worries there. And if anyone wants to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list now and you'll have additional cards in your reading. Thank you for the help, Bridget. And thank you, Marie, for those gifts. If the gifts are not registering, share the settings. Make sure. Thank you for helping them with that, Bridget. And Naked, thank you for sharing the live. Tell me something good, Sin. Things are messy and tough. Elisa, the only way out is through. And you are strong enough to navigate this. I know it's a lot of weight right now. Just move it into productive spaces. And thank you, Naked, for the follow. Thank you as well, Facts from Heather. Can you repeat that again? Which part, Marie? About consistency. Something that is good but consistent is worse than something that's bad all the time. You can't put consistency into inconsistency because you just pour concrete on the inconsistency. You cannot fix inconsistency by saying maybe if I'm more consistent, someone will become less inconsistent. I've got you, Gina. You're on the list, dear. Thank you, Habiba. Welcome. And thank you, Sherry, for the follow. Thank you, Tanya, for those hearts. Thank you for sharing the live naked. Marie, you can absolutely gift the free reading if you'd like. So the two spots I have for you, you are number 5 on the list and you are number 9 on the list. So it's entirely up to you if you'd like to gift one of those readings. Okay, thank you. I miss a majestic hug for my love. I don't want you to say I miss it. Say I cannot wait for a majestic hug from a love. Okay? Don't worry. Yep. Thank you for the help, Bridget. Bring it on. Tap to claim, Marie. Grand Rising Per. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping each other in the live. Always appreciate seeing that. Ace, thank you for the follow and thank you for sharing the live. Can't worry too much to stress you out. Absolutely. Stress-free zone here, guys. That was awesome. Thank you for receiving it, Marie. Oh, I'm glad. I do my best here. I try to help my clients as much as I can. I come here every day for that. It's definitely my therapy. I'm so glad that this helps, Bridget. I know I'm excited about tarot class too. It's going to be a good one. There's a lot to go over. Ava, yeah, you absolutely. You are the first person on the list, Ava, and you've got additional cards coming. Thank you so much for your patience, dear. Gina, if you want to become a part of the class program, you just need to head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. When you become a paid subscriber, you'll have immediate access to the last 9 hours of classes. If you become a founding member, you'll have access to all of the classes. Our next class is on May 14th, and you will have access. Your subscription is the ticket to that live class. And if you cannot make the live class, the recording of that class will be up the following day. Lisa, thank you so much for getting on the list. That will be a list for tomorrow, dear. Okay. And let me know if that's okay. And you'll be the first person on the list tomorrow, and you will also have an additional card tomorrow. So Gina, the clock app subscription is not the same subscription, but listen carefully. If you are a subscriber here on the clock app, you have access to our subscriber only Discord channel. On the Discord channel, there is a perk section with a coupon code. The coupon code will deduct the amount of the clock app subscription from the amount for the subscription to Substack. So if you are a subscriber here, you will not have to overpay to be a subscriber there. I hope that helps. Haley, amazing, Sin. Always on the nose as usual. You're so welcome. I've been listening and waiting for sub cards. Thank you, Haley, for your patience. Kay, good to see you. Please thank Kay for all of their help today as a subscriber, as a moderator. We can't spell out the whole thing. Thank you, Kay, for confirming. Yeah, the thing is, the apps here, the apps are like jealous exes. They don't like it when you mention the other apps. Okay. You have to think about the apps. The apps don't like it. The apps don't like hearing about the other apps. No. We don't put the full words here. Thank you. No problem, Gina. Yeah, it's a different subscription, Marie, and I hope that helps clarify. And thank you, Joe, for the follow. Yep, and thank you guys for clarifying. Thank you for the help as well, guys. I thought it was. Hi there, Amy. Yes, congratulations. All right, hold on a minute. And yes, Marie, that sounds perfect. We can definitely do that. Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments. I just lost my spot. Bear with me a minute, friends. Sad I missed the collective. You know where it's going to be, dear. What's happening with Aries right now? Again, intimacy wounds. I mean, that's the only thing with Aries right now. It's going to feel like a lot of intimacy wounds coming up. Hold on a minute. Do I get a yes, Marie, you also get a daily. You as a subscriber, you always get one free card each day. And Amy, I've got you. Listen, I've got you. You are the 11th person on the list today. But I also say if the list is a continual list, so if you have to go and come back tomorrow, I can also add you on the list tomorrow. So again, just stick around for that reading. But if you're not here, you come back and you'll still get that reading. Okay. I never take people off the list. All right. Hi there, Ashton, Leo. And I've been so emotional. Thank you for letting me know it's going to be okay. It is. I'm going to tell you right now, it might be a little rough. Like for Leo right now, Pride wounds may be coming up, right? Like it's working through some of that. So just be patient with yourself. Honor how you're feeling, but remember, honor your feelings. Look for the prescriptions. Look for what your feelings are asking for. Yep, Maria, happy to clarify anything you need. Thank you for your questions. And Little Bit, good to see you, dear. It's been a minute. Grand Rising. Hi there. I'm Taurus, Leo Moon, Libra Rising. Yeah, so again, I'm going to tell you right now, just like a good work in this season to heal heart space, but just be conscientious because with all the Aries energy right now, it could feel a lot like red flags everywhere. And Ashton, sending you support on that journey. Yes, Libra Sun, Pisces Moon. But it's okay. Like the Pisces, like I'm telling you, those with Pisces placements right now, it's like it's this energy dipping back and forth in like over the meridian of your house. It's like, oh, I thought you were gone. I'm back. Oh no, I just had to get something. Right? It's like that kind of stuff, you know? For Aries, it's like get out of my house. Aries is like Pisces is like come back. Aries is like everybody get out of my house. What are you all doing here? Oh my God, you guys are awesome. Oh no, no, I am very blessed with the collective here, Marie. I'm glad that you're a part of it now. That I missed it. And again, Kay, you know where it is. You haven't missed a thing, dear. I hope you're well. Good to see you, Sana. Listen, you are in good neurodivergent hands here. We got a lot of neurodivergence in this room. I post the personal messages when you mean we do the live readings here, Gina, if that's what you mean. Yes, once someone came back months later. Yeah, Carrie knows Kay knows what's up. He knows what's up. Somebody came back months. I think no. There was remember the one person they came back after a year. That was crazy. We had someone come back in and they were like, "Yeah, I booked a reading with you a year ago, and I found the reading." Neurodivergent powers activate. And good to see you. Yep, Libra Sun, Pisces Moon, sending you guys so much support. All right. Hold on. Could I ask where I am on the list? Yep. Amy, I've got you. You're on the list, as I mentioned, dear. You got me. Thank you. Never had a reading from you, but followed you for a while now. I'm looking forward to it, Gina. Thank you. I've been in healing season for what seems like forever. Throat and heart is hard work. Yeah, that's what we're working on right now. So just honor that journey a little bit. The entire thing with the personal readings. Hold on. The entire thing with the personal readings. I had no clue. What did you not have clue about, Gina? Oh, that's so kind. You're so welcome, Haley. So if I put more gifts to my reading, do I get more readings? So Marie, the way it works is I also give readings for the gift of a baby dragon or a meteor. So if you send a baby dragon or a meteor, that's another reading that you can have. Now, if you want to increase the cards that you want in a reading, if you want to give one of those, I'm happy to draw additional cards in a single reading if that helps. All right. I'm officially your new therapist. Oh, that means a lot to me, Marie. Thank you for being here and being a part of this collective. And thank you for follow, Bree. Thank you for sharing the live, Jess. The night of Taurus full moon. Do you mean the new moon? The night of the Taurus, I think you mean the new moon, right? Was absolutely beautiful. But ever since the moon went into Gemini, hold on a minute, just reading. Or you're talking about the full moon back. Okay, yeah, I got you. Thank you, Amy. I've been stressed. I understand why. Like there's tension in this energy right now, Kay. Right? It's working through some of that tension. But I want you to be grounding through it. I want you to be articulating through it, not reacting to it. Amy, hold on, just confirming on the list. Yes, Amy, I have you on the list as the high gifter. Thank you for the help. And guys, thank you for their help today. The apps have been jealous, are like being like jealous exes always cracks me up. It is. They're like, we don't talk about him. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're going to mention them? Now nobody can see you. Not me spelling out the whole name. It's okay, Bridget. It's okay. I saw a really funny video on the apps talking to each other. I'm going to find it and post it on the Discord. Please do. We never say their name in our house. How could you? How dare you? You know how I feel about them. I am blessed. Everyone here, I'm very blessed with our community, everybody. And thank you for thanking the mods for their help. The intimacy wounds have definitely been brought up to the surface. No, I mean, like Aries, intimacy wounds right now. Pisces, abandonment wounds. Taurus is going to be seeing red flags everywhere. Excellent. It's an emotional pull. I know, Victor. Struggle's real. 222, tap to claim. Was it a year? Yeah, it was a year. They came in. I was like, they came in and they just like straight out of their throat. They just said, I paid for a reading a year ago. I was like, what was the date? And then they gave the date and I was like, I pulled out my other book. I'm like, I found you. The list is full already, Kay. I wouldn't remember if I have one after a week, but a year. I keep the list. I keep the list. Hi, did I meet your mom? I don't know. Did I meet your mom, Iman? Oh, wow. Congratulations. What's the next new moon? You mean the next full moon? Hold on a minute. Where are we? When is that next? When's that next? We've got the full moon coming up. Is it in Gemini? I gotta check. Bum, bum, bum. I gotta see. Hold on. I'm just checking. The next full moon is on the 12th of May. And it's going to be in Scorpio. That makes a lot of sense. That's great too, because we're going to be doing the death card on the 14th. That works out nicely. Yep, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant, Kay. I know this new moon felt like a full moon, didn't it? It's because of the energy. Virgos, Amy, Virgos often have to heal from the wound of perfectionism. It's remembering perfect is not found. It's always something we strive for. Not letting perfect stand in the way of done. All right, friends, we're going to get started on those personal readings. The list today is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person. Leo's wounds, interestingly enough, a lot of the work that Leos have to do is navigating through the power of presence. It's actually, it's funny. It's always like, it's interesting because everyone thinks that Leos need to heal from pride wounds. Leos don't need to heal from pride wounds. Leos need to heal from compassion wounds, right? Because often, like the pride is actually having to do with compassion. I think you hit the nail on, and I want to point out, Nikki, you hit the nail on the head. Remember your dream? Remember how what you tolerated for yourself versus what you tolerated when there were others around changed profoundly? That's what Leos need to work on. Leos hate it when I tell them that. Leos like to say, like, no, I have a pride wound. I'm like, you don't have a pride wound. The compassion you give to others extends to yourself. Where are you going? Come back here. Why are you running away? I see you. Come back here. Yeah. Yeah. Leos will go around going, no, I have a pride wound. I know I have a pride wound. No, Leos don't have a pride wound. You deserve compassion too. All right. We're going to get started. First person on the list for today is Ava. And Ava, you'll be getting an additional card in your reading for getting on the list yesterday. So you'll actually be having, can I please have, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like to answer? And Tabitha, thank you for the follow. I think you said, that I was heavily invested into spirituality in past lifetimes. I would love a past life reading, how I could incorporate the lessons into this one. I love that question. Beautiful question. I'm a Leo rising and that hits. No, I know Leos hate, Leos hate it when they Leos are like, no, you shut up. Leo's like, I gotta go. Like, everyone deserves compassion, including you. Everybody deserves compassion. All right. And that's why I love that dream, Nikki, because the dream was basically saying, like, see the difference? Why are those two things different? Why aren't you standing up for yourself the same way you would stand up for someone else? All right. Can I please get 5 cards, please? 5 cards, please. Yeah, it's always like that's the thing about it. Leos don't work through pride wounds. They work through honor wounds. They work through honor wounds. All right. Can I please get 5 cards for Ava? Past life connection to spirituality. 3 more, please. Thank you. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Somebody's got a witch wound. um, so here's the thing. And I would not be, it's saying to me, like, these cards are basically telling me that you're carrying a witch wound around with you. Because it's saying to me that you were someone who was very spiritually activated in a past life, but it was not safe. It was straight up not safe. Like they're like, it would not have been safe. Like it feels like it says to me, like I keep on hearing you had a gift, but it was requiring like like everybody was like, like I even see like I see a bunch of people around you, like they're almost saying to me you had a gift of gab, it would come out of your mouth and people be like, stop. Like what is like I just you couldn't help it. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing with intuition. You were like a Sagittarius. Like this is rough. Like oh, to be a Sagittarius with powers back, like with a spiritual journey back in the day, because you just couldn't help it. You know, like things are just you. I'm getting here. Like you would just accidentally channel. like I'm like, I just see someone. I just see someone like constantly putting their hand over your mouth, going like, you know, because like I feel like you know, like I need to point this out, and this was a big. And they're saying to me this was like a big problem. Um, you know, this is the problem with divination. This is often what created a problem. If you're able to foresee something happening, you're not making it happen. You're not making it. She said that, being like, but you just saw it. Just because you saw it didn't mean that made it energetically happen. But they're saying that this was the issue. Is like back in the day, it's like you saw it, you did it. It's like you didn't do it, you just could see it. You know what I mean? So it's feeling to me like you're still you've got a lot of similarity to who you were back then. But the difficult, like the thing about it is I feel like you got a lot of like I feel like you're carrying a lot of wounds in relationality to like like they're saying to me like a wound of exposure, which if you ever have those moments you're like I've been found out and you're like about what, like I don't know. Like that's usually an articulation of something that you're carrying from a past life, right? It's like the anxiety of a past life being like, we've been found out about what, being us, you know, like, oh no, they found me. Um, so they're saying that you're still carrying a lot of that trauma with you, which is often, and so I feel like this has been difficult because I see even now you've had a tendency in your life to have energy around you that still has a tendency of blaming things on you. You know, I just see it here. Like this is, you know, like, and I feel like this is what a lot of the work that um, you're healing on which is trying to say to someone. I keep on hearing that there's a lot of path work that you're working through this lifetime, which basically says your fear is not my responsibility, right? Because often what happens when someone's carrying fear, when someone's carrying a lot of fear in their heart, they like to project it on people, right? They like to be like, you know, they like to, and I see that you've had to separate yourself. You've had to do a lot of karmic work in separating yourself from energy that tried to make you feel bad for being you, or was trying to energetically blame you for something that you couldn't help being, right? Like often those moments are like when someone like looks at us and goes, "Can you stop doing that?" And you're like, "No, I can't like stop being me." Like, you know what I mean? Like that's I keep on saying like this is often like this is some of the work. I mean, um this is some of the work that you've had to come here for because they're saying that you came here to heal a lot of karma. And a lot of that karma is saying to someone who was trying to say it's you. I feel like you coming back into this life being like, it was never me. It's always been you. That's your fear that you've been putting on me. That's your fear. I keep on hearing a lot of the lessons in your book right now are your fear is not my responsibility. But often when someone is too afraid, right? They like to project their fear onto others. They say like it's your fault, it's your fault. And I feel like there's been a lot of that path work that you've had to cut connections that wanted you in their life, right? They wanted you in their life to take the blame. It's awful convenient. That's not love. Love isn't blaming someone constantly when things go wrong, right? Love isn't having that moment. I feel like there's been a lot of like I feel like there's been a lot of moments that others have tried to make you their scapegoat in terms of like trying to blame you for the reason that their life isn't going right. And I see that like a lot of this has been you kind of building into healing your auric field by saying to them, again, your fear is not my responsibility. Your lack of ability to be brave in the space of something is not my responsibility. Your decision not to do something is your responsibility. I keep on hearing like a lot of this is you empower, like coming into a space of recognizing your power by disempowering some false narrative in the context of being the reason why someone else didn't proceed upon their life path, right? And I keep on seeing that your own ability of doing that is helping you like let go of a lot of the trauma that you brought in from this life into that one, right? It feels to me like there was a lot of unresolved karma that carried through in relationality to a bunch of energy trying to keep the burden of responsibility on you for their fear. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's interesting. They're saying you haven't changed much. You haven't changed. Like, it's interesting because I think we've talked about this. Sometimes we come back to be like, I want to be a completely different person. I want to be a completely different person. They're saying to me, you haven't changed much from that life to this one. I keep on hearing what a difference a few centuries makes. Like what a difference because it's almost like, it's working in the context of identifying. And often, like, listen, often when we take on too much karma that isn't ours, we come back in very much the same way to help us recognize that what we're carrying, like that was not ours to shed. Like, this is what I meant about sometimes we come back to shed karma that isn't ours in the first place. Right. So I feel like there's a lot of healing that you're doing in this life, but it's a lot of renewal via the shedding something that wasn't yours to begin with. So I want you to honor the space of that. And I feel like, I keep on hearing like, and I keep on hearing like the message that you're giving yourself from the past life to this one is very much like I said, their fear is not your responsibility. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list to be read for tomorrow. You'll be the second person read for tomorrow. It is three cards for a donation of 29 or more. For non-subscribers, 4 cards for 23 for subscribers. But if you get on the list today, remember you will be on for tomorrow. Next person we're reading for today is Danae. Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And it's like, it says like, it's a lot of like, it's like working through a lot of this, like you got like protection, like get this energy away from you. Ugh. Like, I don't like it. Thank you. You know what I mean? Like, Because I just see it's like you put like the energy like tries to blame you, you push it away, and then it comes back, and you just got like it's like a lot of it's like it's like that like come on. Sorry. Okay. You're so welcome, Ava. I needed to hear this too. Thank you, Nisha. Hi there, Nicole. Right on point. Thank you for also receiving this message. I love that. That fear, their fear is not your responsibility. I felt every bit of that. I'm so glad, Melly. Good to see you today. Looking forward to it. Thank you for having for also receiving these messages. Hi, I'm doing the long dream in the Discord. Yay, we're doing a dream reading. Everybody grab your popcorn. All right, we're doing a dream reading right now. Just bear with me a moment as I pull up the dream. So just a reminder, if you are having a reading with me, if you're having a reading with me and would like either, for instance, that you have information that is relevant for the purposes of the reading that you would like to share with me, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or again, you have a past life recall that you'd like more details on, you could either send it to me over the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber, you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Okay, so we're doing a dreaming right now for Danae. The list is closed because the list is full. So I'm happy, but the list is open for tomorrow if you'd like to get on the list. All right, reading now for, all right, here's the dream. I dreamed me and two men. I dreamed of me and two men. One I believe to be my ex-boyfriend from 17 years ago, and my daughter's father were angels of unaliving. There was a scene where me and W, which is the ex-boyfriend, were preparing to be intimate. I wasn't really interested, but he was persuasive. I went into the shower first, but my son kept coming down from the room and interrupting the moment. My son came down one time and stopped just before my bedroom at another bedroom. Um, his uncle was in there being very intimate and loud with another woman. I knew that woman. She was a young lady I met earlier in the day. Um, they had been, they obviously had been doing something for a long time and didn't care that the door was open or who could see them. As I went to grab my son, I closed the door and he apologized. I nodded my head and carried my son back to his room. I came down again to the room, and W, the ex boyfriend, was eavesdropping on his brother and the girl. I scolded him, and he convinced me to try to take a shower again. I go to get in, but it's taken him a long time to join me. I get out to go get him, and he's standing in the doorway, transfixed, again, watching his brother and the young girl who are continuing. I hear them as they approach. I remember thinking, she must be like, again, so a lot of this intimacy that we're seeing here, it just seems to keep on going. And I need to be better, obviously. I need to do better, obviously. Okay, continuing. The girl looks at us and mentions she's leaving. And now we're talking to the ex doesn't want her to leave. W winds up wrestling X to get him to leave the girl alone, but the girl is frozen on the floor, exhausted. I speak to her and she perks up instantly and tries to move towards me, but she's weak. I wind up pulling her out of the room. She gathers her strength. The scene cuts to the porch. She's our next door neighbor. Oh, X is trying to intimidate the girl and force her to give him her number. W is staring off into the distance. Okay. I encourage the girl to go into the house. She's panicked, but she trusts me, so she goes. I look at W imploringly, and he says something to X about the girl's number. X repeats the number. W grabs his phone and convinces him that he put her number in wrong. It starts with 910. X shakes his head, shrugs, goes into the house. As I'm asking W about why he was standing outside their door, transfixed at their actions, he says, "No, I was out of body." I say, "What?" He says, "We weren't in this world." I say, "What do you mean?" He says we were the Two of Swords. Kay appears behind him and says we were carving knives. They turned into carving knives to handle someone. I frown and it cuts to a different scene. We would be randomly dispatched to finish whoever was in the room when we arrived. In this one part, I remember we were dispatched to finish a military family humanely. I sorted them all in their throat. They slept peacefully and smiling. I sorted myself first so they would see how it would go. They slept peacefully, and then Med grabbed my hands to travel back to our time. When we were traveling back, my larynx was fixed. I felt the pieces coming back together in my throat. Hold on a minute. Okay. The guys and I pieced our parts together. That if we slept in the process of healing, we would return back to our time alive. If we were in the process of passing, we would heal traveling back to our time. If we spilled the stuff that's inside of us in their time, our stuff inside of us would have to spill out to return to our time. However, if we did not finish anyone, we didn't have to be harmed to return back. As we're piecing this all together, Kay says we weren't selected for this, we were chosen. God doesn't want the tool selected, he has to use what was given. There was a Bible quote in there, let no man tear asunder. I forget exactly what the words were, but it wasn't in the wedding context. I remember saying we were chosen when I woke up. Okay, can I please have 5 cards for Danae on the dream? Thank you. Yeah. Second part. Wow. Final. Okay. So we're going to break this dream out into the 3 pieces of it. Okay. The first one having to do with the incident inside the house. Now you'll recall that one thing we talk about here is that whenever we see a house in a dream, it talks about the mansion of the self. So the house is effectively the house to a certain extent is you and the energy that's surrounding you. Now, there's a lot of work that we see that's happening here in relationality to navigating and healing a circumstance or situation between feminine and masculine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Because when we look at the feminine energy here, we see the perspective of yourself and this other person who we later come to identify as someone who is a neighbor. And one of the things that I see that is happening here in the dream space is a situation or circumstance where you're describing the energy of the woman who lives outside of the house to be one. And I think that you kept on articulating this, effectively being exhausted or used up. Okay. And there's a lot of these mortification moments that you describe in the dream in the lack of care that the family members were giving in terms of doing something that was very intimate, but not necessarily caring the fact that others could see it. And most importantly, the fact that you described the fact that your son was there, right? Even to the sense that you would identify that this is something that you would usually try to shield a child from. But in the space of the dream, there almost seemed to be a lack of care about who could see what they were doing. Now, this has to potentially do with a wound that you may feel is happening in the experience of your family dynamic as it relates to how the masculine energy treats the feminine energy in their lives, right? Potentially only looking towards them in a way that feels like they serve an energetic purpose, and almost potentially feeling like there's a huge oppositional point between how they treat the energy of the feminine in the family dynamic, right? Almost the incongruity of being in a family dynamic where the feminine energy is meant to be hold a position of respect, but almost saying, how does that hold necessary if any energy that's outside of the family dynamic is treated more like a utility, or almost treated more in a way of something that is used energetically? The ability of trying to shield the child from it is almost talking about the fact that you may feel at these moments where you feel that there's something about the situations that are presented in their life that is giving some kind of unhealthy lesson to the energy of the child, something that you can't keep them from doing. And even when you ask them to stop, they proceed to do it. Now, the articulation point of the fact that you had both of the X's there, right? And you talked about the fact that they saw something like that occurring. And not only did it seem like they were transfixed by it, so they were watching it too, but they were almost like at the same time doing something similar to you. What's interesting about this, and this is where the optics become kind of wild, is you recognize that to them, your exes, you may felt like your exes were treating you the way that you saw your brother was treating someone outside of the house, because you would not be someone who is from their house. So it's talking about, it's a conversation from the higher self about the incongruity of lessons as it relates to how one treats feminine energy. How there, you may have felt like there is a massive incongruity about the disproportionate confusion of saying energy that is connected to us is respected, but if it's outside of the house, if it's a neighbor, it's just someone who serves a need. And how you yourself almost felt that same incongruity of lesson in some of your own relationships potentially. Now, this is taught, I feel like they're showing this to you to try to help you like break an energetic cycle, right? Almost showing, I feel like it was something that your higher self showing you to say, how do you stop something like this from occurring? It's almost like a question that the dream was giving forth to see how you can answer it. The second part of the dream, we're going to start moving into something that's reaching an even higher context, because this is even taking a more fascinating level when we get to the second level of the dream, because the second level of the dream is talking more from the point of the metaphysical perspective. And this has to do with the conversation as it relates to saying to your karmic. Now it's becoming a karmic relation, a dream, because when you say to the karmic, why were you transfixed, and they say out of body, they're basically saying, I see, the masculine energy sees something different than you are seeing from the perspective of the feminine. And what they're saying that they're doing is, like you said, two of swords. So what's happening is, while you're seeing an incongruity in lessons, masculine is saying, no, I see something completely different. I see someone being intimate with someone to get revenge on someone else. That's what the two of swords meant, because when you said, when the masculine said, no, I was watching because I saw something different happening, that says the fact that they were seeing an even different lesson than the one that you were observing, which is the idea of potentially using intimacy to hurt someone that isn't even there, right? Because when they said in the dream, where I just want to get back to it, and this is really important when we get to the 910, um, the space of effectively looking at something, right? And they were demanding that person's number. They were almost saying that the reason that that person was engaging in that was because they were trying to get revenge on someone else. So it's talking about the conversation of you saying, why are you treating them like that? And you being like, no, we're helping them because by engaging with them, they're getting revenge on someone else, right? So it's talking a lot about the wheels within wheels of intimacy that occur, wherein again, intimacy actually becomes a weapon. That brings us to the third part of the dream, right? So it's the argument, again, it's the argument between you looking towards masculine and saying to them, what you're doing is disempowering. And then your ex saying, no, 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 we are empowering her with this because by this, she's utilizing this as a weapon to hurt someone else. And that brings us to the third part of the dream. And this part of the dream is the most intense because this is a whole conversation about karma. That third part of the dream, and I just want to kind of walk through it, and I just have to describe this. So coming back into the swords, which is saying to me that when we're seeing the swords here and you're talking about that, you're talking about you're not actually talking about hurting someone, you're talking about silencing someone, like not listening to someone, not allowing someone to speak. So it's interesting because they're saying to me, um, there's something, and I think it's really important because it almost says to me that there's some kind of act here. And this is what's the most important thing about this, which is there's something about all of this, right? That what you're seeing is what's really happening. So it's almost like a Clue situation. You ever seen the show Clue? Like, this is what happened. No, this is what happened. The final part of the dream was the higher self going, this is what's actually happening. Which is to say, when you start engaging like this, when you start using intimacy to try to hurt each other, when you start looking at things that should bring us together, but instead trying to use them to wound each other, you're taking the gift from all of it, right? We just start hurting each other because we no longer can trust each other because we can't trust what we say, right? When we think that someone's trying to become intimate with us to get revenge on another person, like basically that act suddenly cuts everyone's larynxes because suddenly you can't trust that people are in the authenticity space. So this is the higher self saying, this is the argument you guys are having. Meanwhile, you're saying you're both wrong. This in any context is not okay because what you're really doing is everybody's getting disempowered in the process. Nobody can now trust anybody. Everybody's throats are cut. You start doing this and it's like the ball that rolls down the hill. Like once it's a slippery slope that keeps on slipping and then nothing matters anymore. And that's why I see that space of the koan that they gave you was a conversation on karma. Because as you are healing, like they're saying that something about you being here in this life is helping you heal by helping you remember that energetic lesson. They're saying, how do you heal that? How do you bring that to a stop? And they're saying basically that space that they gave you the instructions, right? The idea that they said that if you slept as you were healing, you would return back okay, right? That if you start to heal and you let it rest, right, you stop doing something, you can begin the process of healing. If you're in the process of passing, right, if you pass and you don't heal that, then guess what? You heal traveling back to our time. You have to come back to heal the karma, right? If you pass without doing that work, you got it. Like that's karma that you bring into the next life. Okay. If you hurt someone in your time, your blood would have to be spilled on the way back. If you hurt someone, it's the karma of the coming back, right? Like you have to suffer what you make another person suffer, right? So the whole thing, what's amazing about that is someone was telling you about karma and explaining how karma works and trying to say, the higher self was trying to say, there's no payback because all you're doing when you're trying to pay someone back is you're hurting yourself in the process. You said it's like you articulated by saying that you hurt yourself right after you hurt them. So this is like a very deep dream because I feel like they're showing you something about not only yourself but something about your ancestral tree or something in your family that you've observed to try to empower you to give you the strength to figure out how to resolve it, healing it going forward. Bottom of the deck, Yeah, it's a lot of like it's a lot of it's almost interesting because it doesn't give you the answer, right? And this is what's beautiful about dreams. Good guides don't tell you what to do. They equip you. They give you what you need to figure out what you should do. And I feel like it's interesting because I feel like a lot of this dream was a gift from your higher self to kind of equip you to understand a situation better and giving you a couple different frames of references, both in your perspective, the feminine perspective, the masculine perspective, the higher self perspective, to say, what do you do with that? How do you fix that? Help me help you, because I am you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Danae. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over. We'll also be doing one card readings for subscribers when you get to the end of the list. So make sure so stick around if you're a subscriber. Also, we are at 37K. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Yeah, absolutely. Same perfect person, different time. You're so welcome, Ava. And thank you as well, Nisha. Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments. That was an intense stream, Danae. Thank you for sharing it with us. Wild. I don't like this W guy in the stream. Thank you, Nikki. I bet he wanted her number after all. I have to get to, and I have to point this out, 11. So I forgot to bring this up. 9 plus 1. Okay, 910 is really important here. Okay? Because 910 talks about exceptions. 910 says the exception to the rule. And that's why I think it's important, because that 910 is also important, which means this is a rule we follow for anyone except, right? It's working through exceptionalism, but they're saying that, and that's why the conversation with the higher self was saying, in karma there are no exceptions, right? Like in karma there are no exceptions, because 9 plus 1, what does 9 plus 1 bring you back to when you put them together? It brings you back to 1. So it's interesting because I see them being like, give me her number, and them trying to say that's why they wanted that, because they're like, they're exceptional. But the higher self was trying to say, that's not exceptional, right? That is like, there's no exceptions. There's no, you want to hear, there's no exceptions to the energetic rule. That gets, I know it's a wild dream, lots of intimacy. I'm not surprised to see the intimacy dreams right now. I told you it was wild. Thank you for sharing it. It was like a Black Mirror episode. Spill the stuff inside of us. I wake up. No, amazing. Thank you for sharing it. Thank you for writing that down. That, I mean, the last part is absolutely mind blowing, and the fact that there was the correlation to the tarot cards. No, you need an intimate stream as well. They only happens when I'm in a relationship where I'm working through wounds. Thank you. I'll have plenty when I come into divine union. Don't you worry. The synchronicities, just looked up at this body buffer I just bought, and it says, oh my gosh, really? Oh my God, that's wild, Nikki. Holy smoke. It said, oh my God. That's so true. That's so true. They treat women that way, but I bet they say, but not the women that are close to them, right? Right. Thank you for Yep, random, but they were really close to. That's wild, Nikki. Send me a picture in the same spot where the picture fell. That's wild. Just around the riverbed. I would like to know who was messing with the picture. I know, that's interesting, throat chakra. The third part feels no, the third part is the most heavy, which is interesting because I told you it's like a clue situation. One's from the perspective of the feminine, the other's from the perspective of the masculine. And then the higher self said, you're both wrong. Like, that's what's so wild about the dream. You're both wrong. Thank you, Rasana. It's very, yes, a lot of symbolism. What an insight. You're so welcome. And thank you for sharing that dream with us today. I appreciate it. All right. That's exactly the message. That's the final part of the message in the dream. You hit the nail on the head, Bridget. Going against each other is just going against the self. All we do is hurt each other in the process, because they literally, the last part was them just walking through the rules of karma. 3, me, it's a different person, different time, but same issue and self-sabotage, picking the wrong person. Sending you support on that journey, Marie. All right, next person we're reading for today is Susie. Susie, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading and if you have a specific question or if you'd like this person, if you have what your question is or if you'd like a general reading. You also have an additional card for getting on the list a day early. Just a reminder right now, the list is closed. But if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. We're also at 37.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this live out to those who haven't received this message. If Susie is not here, we're going to proceed forward. The next person on the list for today is Amanda. Little Vamp, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, if you have information that is relevant to our reading, for instance, if you are having a dream interpretation or a past life reading and have information you'd like to share with me, you can put that information in the notes app when you send the donation, or you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Second call right now for Susie or Little Vamp. Second call right now for Susie or Little Vamp. If Susie or Little Vamp are not here, we are moving to Maria. Maria, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. Marie, second call right now. I am looking right now for, you're looking for Susie, Little Vamp, or Marie. Susie, Little Vamp, or Marie. Okay, if Susie, oh, hi Marie, yes. Can we do it in 15 minutes? Yes, absolutely, dear. No problem with that. All right, so we're holding Marie. I am looking for Susie, Little Vamp, or Jessica. Jessica, if you're here, Susie, Little Vamp, or Jessica. And just let me know when you're back, Marie, and we'll add you back to the list. Hi there, Jess. How are you doing? Anyway, hello! Everybody wake up. All right. General reading. You got it, Jess. Can I please have 3 cards for Jess? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Wow, this is so in alignment with what we saw with the Daily Collective. You know, I see some kind of situation here. I'm just gonna. I know this is gonna feel difficult, but I feel like there's something here that's saying to me the only way out is through. And the thing I'm here. Here's the thing, and I want to point this out. There's a couple of things. It's like there's a conversation that we have to have as it relates to navigating sensitivity. Okay. And if you're here for the Daily Collective, if it's any consolation, you can refer back to like a few days of readings today because we've been talking about this a lot in the collective. It's not picky unless it's important. It's not picky unless it's important. What does that mean? It means if you're holding on to something, okay? If you're holding on to something that hurts, or that that needs to change, okay? That usually the best thing that you can do to navigate whether there's something here that can reach a positive solution. And because I feel like this, I feel like there's somebody here who wants to make amends with you in some fashion. But the question isn't whether someone wants to make amends with you. The question you need to ask yourself is there something that someone can do to help you get over something? And the thing is, and this is what I keep on hearing from the higher self, it's okay. It's okay if it's not. But What would not be okay is if you say to someone, yeah, it's okay, I can get over it, but you really can't. That would be the worst thing, is what I hear. And I keep on seeing, and that's why I feel like you're probably going through some kind of period right now of introspection. Like I see something here, like something here. It's like it's a wound. And I keep on, and the thing about it is I want you to understand, and this is what's going to help you through it. And I feel like again, if you're worrying, like, and I'll tell you right now, if you're worrying if this is an inside or an outside problem, if this is something that you need to get over or something else that another person needs to fix, I want you to remember that your emotions are not a burden so long as they come with their own prescription. If you're trying to fix something, another person has to meet you in that way. They have to be willing to do that work. And this is what we mean. I keep on hearing the thing you have to remember about a circumstance or situation is it's not we regardless of how we feel when we care about each other, we don't insist on things. We don't insist in terms of what we have to do. We don't have to do anything. It's simply about what we want to do. And I feel like there's something, like I feel like there's a lot of this conversation here because, and I keep on hearing, a positive breakthrough should not come at the expense of a breakdown. This is the most important part of the message. They're saying they want you to write this down. A positive breakthrough should not come at the expense of a breakdown, because all that we learn, right, when we keep asking, I need to point this out, when we ask for something from another person and we ask again and we ask again, and they just energetically ignore us, and only in the moment that we say, I'm sick of this, I'm walking away, I'm not doing this anymore, if only at that moment they come rushing back and go, here. That's why it sometimes feels more insulting when someone tries to give us something at the moment that we reach our breaking point, because it allows for the context of looking at someone and saying, you could do that all along. You were just waiting. You were just stalling. You were just holding out because you weren't being conscientious about the pain that I was carrying. And I feel like a lot of this, like the reason I'm bringing all of this up is because I see someone here near you that wants to restore something, but they're saying that there's two different things that you have to pay attention to as it relates to it. One, what it took to reach this, like like I keep on hearing, healing should not occur only when something has gone way beyond the pale. Healing should be something that is continual. Healing should be something that is consistent. It shouldn't require something to reach a breaking point to be able to have something move into, like the promise of something getting better. And the other thing I'm seeing is if someone has done something energetically egregious and they're trying to come towards you, you don't need, I keep on hearing, you can accept their apology, but you don't need to accept them back, right? I keep on hearing turning the other cheek does not require you to stand in a place of continuing to get slapped, right? You can be respectful. You can say, I appreciate the fact that you recognize that something there was okay, but it's not your responsibility just because someone apologizes to have to accept that apology. You can say, like, look, I can appreciate your desire to fix something, but I'm okay with things staying just the way they are. Like what's important. They're saying recognize what your stability is, right? And don't and but more than anything, make sure that you don't say to someone, it's okay. Like don't say to someone, it's okay, I'll get over it when you're saying just when you know that you can't, right? Because I keep on hearing all that happens in that moment is bitterness. So, and if there's something here that someone can do to fix something, make sure that you're identifying it. Make sure that you're articulating what it is, right? And if you can't, and I keep on hearing, if there's something that someone's done, it's so egregious that there's no coming back from it. It's okay. You can say that. You can articulate that. But that again, even in that moment, you can say, we can part ways here. We want different things, right? But they're saying more than anything, I keep on hearing, don't like, don't let some kind of experience change you. Don't don't overly internalize something that happened to you. I want to give you some Bob because I keep on seeing like there's something positive for you on the other side of something here. But a lot of it is saying to me, it's saying to me like it's having the space of not allowing and if this was a wound of trust, remember, I'm just going to say it again. The failure point in trust is never trust, it's in discernment, right? And that's why often if someone tries to come back to us after they've broken our trust and they say like I want to make it up to you, we say we can't because you can't fix trust sometimes. You can't fix trust. Trust is like paper, like sometimes if you crumple up paper, the best you can do sometimes is smooth it out. It'll never be perfect again. So they're saying it's okay for you to understand the difference between what you feel can be healed by articulating to another, saying, like, this is what could heal it, versus you saying, I think that this is just where we have to leave it. Bottom of the deck, you know, I see something here, like it feels like someone fumbled you. But this is why this is often like this is what's so painful when we get fumbled, right? Because often when someone fumbles us, they hurt us and they often say, let me pick you back up again. You go, don't touch me, right? Because the whole aspect of being energetically fumbled means that someone you don't trust somebody. And that's what I keep on hearing. Like that's why they say you don't need to take someone's apology if contextually told you that you don't feel safe in their embrace. You know what I mean? Like that's sometimes the sad part that we have when we realize that another person wants to fix something with someone, but there's no coming back from something, right? Because it's not the space of another's intention or desire to fix it. It's our own ability of feeling energetically safe enough to do so. That's why they're saying either way, it's okay. And that's why they're saying if someone has done something to you that's so beyond the pale and they're trying to come back and say like here let me help you, it's okay for you to say like no hard feelings, but you don't have to let them back in is what I keep on hearing. You can say no hard feelings, I understand that you didn't mean to, but that doesn't mean that you have to be close to me again, right? It's not it because again, if sometimes it's even worse when someone says I didn't mean to, because it means that they did it accidentally, which means that it feels like they're energetically careless, right? Sometimes that's why it's better when someone says I I did that intentionally, I can do better, right? Because often when someone says I didn't mean to, it's often worse because then we start losing trust in their own ability to do something. So I just keep on seeing, make sure that you're doing that internal processing in recognizing whether a situation, whether there is a viability point in terms of whether someone can do something to fix something, right? Or if there's something that you have to walk away from. But more than anything, don't create the absolute worst scenario where you say to someone, yes, we can heal, but really what's happening is you're like, I'm never letting go of that. I can't. It hurts too much. I'm too bitter, right? Because that just creates the context where things just get they just get worse, right? Like it creates even more bitterness because then you're holding on to something that you know you can't let go of. And then it creates a space that nothing that another person can do can ever make up to it. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jessica. And if this message connected to you as well, or this might be a conversation you need to have with someone around something like this too. Because I hear this, I hear it within and around you, right? This is happening in a couple different vectors. So just be conscientious about those conversations. Thank you so much, Jessica, for having that reading with me. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here again. And I feel like the messages, recognize like solution focused, not problem oriented, if that makes sense. Because that's the thing. When we're problem oriented, like there's no fixing something. You can find problems everywhere. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jessica. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, when we get to the conclusion of the list today, I'll be doing 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like to get on to have a card pull, just stick around. And if you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Grand Rising, Susie. We were looking for you. You're next, dear. All right. Bueller. I know exactly, Bueller. I want to watch that movie again because somebody said recently that it's on a time loop. And now I'm curious to see if that's the case. Can't go over it, can't go under it, have to go through it. Yep, absolutely. I love that song. Yep, going on a bear hunt. And Susie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for sending each other support in the readings. And thank you for those gifts, Rainbow. Good to see you today. Thank you, Britt, for the follow. Thank you, Addie, for the target. Trust is a hard one. Can't use that iron on paper. Tap to claim. Rude. I'm no football. And Kahuna, thank you for the follow. I love that. I didn't mean to verse. I'll do better. Unbelievably on point. Thank you so much. This and the collective both resonated with me a lot. Thank you, Jess, for being here and receiving these messages and sending you support on that journey. Oh, I was talking about the Ferris Bueller movie. Somebody said that the whole movie's on a time loop, and now I want to watch it again to see if that's the case. All right, second call. Susie, we were looking for you, dear. It's your turn. I have 2-part comment for my question. Ooh, 2-part. Okay, we're here for it. Also, friends, we're at 38.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. So keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to post, to push this out to more people to view. Thank you, guys. 2 cards on what spiritual entities surrounded me when I was in a, wow, okay. When I was in a NDE home, okay. Absolutely. Wow, I'm so glad that you're well. And the rest of the cards from ancestors. I got you, dear. Okay. All right, can I please have, and again, I have to stress this, we don't do medical readings here. We're reading strictly on the energy, but I'm so glad that you've recovered, and I'm so glad that you're well. Can I get 2 cards? 2 cards for clarification on the entities, please. One more. Thank you. And 2 cards from ancestors. Oh, 3 cards from ancestors. They got a lot to do. They got a lot to say. All right. I mean, I've got one angelic and 1 ancestral. I would be very, I feel like, and I think you could probably tell because I'm seeing here like the ancestral energy was really, really worried about something here. Like, and what's interesting, like, I got to tell you, I'm just saying, I don't know if you recall this, but they're saying that there was a conversation that was happening in relationality to the angelic, like the angelic energy and the ancestral energy, because I just keep on seeing that there was a conversation happening as to whether you wanted to stay or not, is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing the ancestral. And what's interesting about it, I just need to point out what I'm getting from the sense of the energies. The ancestral energy was kind of the opinion saying anytime you want to go, we can go. If you're not, and they were arguing, is what I'm seeing. And the angelic energy was saying, no, they're fine. No, they don't want to go. Like that's the thing about it. Um, like the angelic, like the angelic energy, what's interesting about it is the ancestral energy was saying something along the context of saying she's been through enough. Like there's something here. Like the ancestral energy was like, this like there was like an, I'm getting here, like there's like an argument that they were having, because I like, look at, like, I'm just going to show you these cards. Like the ancestral energy was like, this is too much. This is too much for them. They can't. This is too much. I am here to help them, to get them, like, out of this. They are in pain, and the angelic energy was like saying, no, I am in, and this is the thing, like the angelic energy is like, I am in communication with them. Like the angelic energy was going, I am in communication with them. They are not going anywhere. Like they are not going anywhere. I'm here to protect them, because I've talked to them, and they have told me their energetic wishes. So what's interesting is I just keep on seeing that there was effectively, um, like, there was basically this argument that was happening between these two, because another person was looking for any. I keep on hearing the ancestral energy was looking for any sign that you were changing your mind. Is what I keep on. Like I just keep on seeing that the ancestral energy was like, just in case, I'm here. It's okay. And the angelic energy was like, no, they're good. Like they're fine. Nope. I'm like, I am like, they've got this. But I think it's beautiful because, it feels to me like and I can see, it's interesting because it says to me that you are you are more in conversation with the angelic energy, because they keep on saying to me, like, it's interesting because like the ancestral energy was helping to let you know that they were there, and it was going to be perfectly fine if you changed your mind, right? Because I keep on hearing that they were there to kind of help escort you if you had decided to, like move on at that point. But I just keep on seeing that that was never even an option for you. Like I see you saying to them, like, I appreciate it. It's good to know that you're there, is what I see. They're like, okay. But like it's like it feels like it's reaffirming, because it was like giving you some kind of sense that they're always there waiting for you. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, like that, like it feels a lot like it feels like this was like this was a big moment here, in terms of kind of like a, and it feels like, I feel like you almost kind of went through a life review when you were going through that moment, and they were like, and you were like, no, 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 continue, please. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is okay. Let's proceed. Now, as it relates to, the ancestral energy, like, this is what I mean. I just keep on getting this sense here that they're just so incredibly, like, I've got the ancestral energy that feels like they're incredibly shocked and proud of you, is what I'm seeing. You know, like I just, you've I keep on hearing you overcame something that is like, and that's what I meant. Like, I just see them like kind of in this, I feel like it's interesting because I see the ancestral energy just kind of looking at you in a sense of awe, because a lot of it is saying to me that there's something about the energy of protectiveness, you know, like not necessarily just doing something for the sake of yourself, but I feel like they look at you as someone who is like protective of the angelic, like of the I keep on hearing protective of the tree, because I see you saying like doing something not for the sake of the self, but almost like working in accordance, um, like with wanting to be there in order to continue to protect something, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on seeing like there's like I see you like they're like, you ready? You're like no, like you're like no 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 no. Like there's a lot of this, like there's a lot of this, like it's giving me a lot of like mama bear energy to a certain extent, you know. And I see, and I often like I need to point it out when like the ancestors see mama bear energy, they're like there's our champion right there. Look at her, look at him go. You know, because like mama bear energy is like, "Ugh," like you know what I mean? It's like I almost see them like they see you kind of hulking out to a certain extent, because I just keep on seeing that like, you know, I see like there's a lot of that. Like I see that they appreciate the fact that like there's a stubbornness, like it's a tenacity. It's not stubbornness, but it's tenacity that comes through as it relates to your own sense of effectively, you know, not doing something just for yourself, but for those that you energetically care about. You know, like there's a lot of that space that I kind of I see them, that they see you as someone who's working in the tangible space. Got some loud ancestors. You working in the tangible space, to secure and protect the energetic, like the energy around you, and they celebrate you for that. Because I keep on hearing them say, "There's our champion right there." Bottom of the deck. Um, they see you butting heads with someone. You know, it. You know, it's you and another person. Like it's you guys are like two different sides of the same coin here. You know, you're never gonna you're gonna like it's I keep on hearing the oil and the water here, you know, but it's I need to point this out. Like I don't know why they're saying like oil and water keep each other in check. Is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing the oil and the water keep each other in check, which is like um you know, remember, I don't know why they keep on saying that. The oil and the water keep each other in check, which is saying that sometimes, you know, sometimes it's good, like sometimes it's good to have someone to butt heads with, because it keeps us honest, right? And they're saying that like, you know, there's something about a relationship you have with another person, that it's good that you butt heads because you keep them honest, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like it's giving me like it's giving me a lot of that, like it's a lot of that, it's giving me a lot of that work of having to say like again, honoring your no, um is helping you recognize like what you stand for. You know what I mean? Like again, it's like your no, your no is profound, because as long, and they're saying as long as you can articulate on a no, then you're helping another person understand why they can't always get their way. Because I keep on seeing it, I keep on hearing, and I think like there's something about your path work that it's helping you understand. It's like it's not about getting your way, it's doing what you have to do. And I feel like you're working in some context of someone who's, it's hard for someone who doesn't have someone to hold something important in their lives to understand what it means to hold on to something for a sake other than the self. So they're saying have a little bit of compassion there. I'm going to say that again. It's hard for someone who doesn't have anything in their life to understand what it means to give yourself to something that you care about, right? It's almost saying to me, like they're almost saying like, don't take it personally. Have a little bit of pity for what that must feel like is what I keep on seeing, like, and I don't feel like they're saying that to require you to change your perspective on it. I think they're telling you that so you don't hold bitterness to it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Susie, and sending you so much support on that journey. I'm so glad that you are doing well. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for um, across these apps, pregnancy and medical. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. No worries, Marie. Okay. The rest of the, yep. All right. And just reading the rest of the cards. Wow. Thank you for so much for supporting each other in the comments. I came back for family. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing here. I couldn't leave them. Yeah, like I just see you. I feel like they like that's the thing. The angelic energy was like they're not going anywhere. Like they're not going anywhere. It was a heartbreaking point of my life. I think it happened from that. Sending you so much support on that journey, Susie. They put me in the hallway in the hospital, and that's where I woke up next to my brother. I felt like I had to fight to come back. I knew leaving would break my family too much. Sending you so much support there, dear. It was a quantum space. No, they I see it. Like I wouldn't be. I can see how you could probably recognize these energies there. But it's interesting because I feel like the energies were in some way, shape, or form arguing. One Armenian on one side, they're definitely loud. Yeah, got it. Our champion. So the person I blocked and then unblocked and apologized, he did the same to me, blocked me. Yeah, the oil and the water keep each other. Yeah, I think that's what it's about. Thank you for confirming. The ancestor wanted me. The ancestor wanted me to fully. I think it's not that. Okay, so it's so I have to understand because they're saying they're like, don't get it wrong. Okay, I'm not trying. It's not that they wanted you to leave, but they were trying to let you know that if it was too much, they were there to escort you. Is what I keep on hearing. They were an energetic escort. Like they literally were coming to let you know it was okay if you decided to go at that moment because they were there to help act as a bridge is what I keep on getting. Like they were there to say like, like if you need to, it's okay is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing emissary and escort for the family. Okay, I won't be bitter and take things lightly. I keep on hearing better, not bitter. Exactly. I don't think you have to take them lightly, is what I keep on saying. It's not that you have to take them lightly. They're saying don't get bitter about it. I think the reason that's what they're articulating about it. They're like, don't get bitter about it. It's so you don't like don't take it lightly, but don't get bitter about it. All right. And thank you again for having that reading, Susie, and sending you so much for support on your journey. They're taking the Hobbit citizen card. I like that, Matthew. It was if you wanted to, they were there for you. Yeah, exactly. Like if they were there. It's like the moral support and saying we're right here with you, whatever you decide. And thank you as well. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live as well. Next person we're reading for today. I am looking to see if Little Vamp is here or Marie. Little Vamp or Marie, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi, Little Vamp. How are you doing? Oh, your cards are out. Okay. What's your question? I won't let you see them. What's your question? I'm going to just cover them. Highest priority. I got you, dear. Okay. Can I get one more, please? Thank you. All right. They're like, there you are. Absolutely. I mean, absolutely not. here's the thing. I don't know why I'm getting this. Time changes an apology. Time changes. Time. I keep on hearing time changes an apology. I'm sorry sometimes doesn't answer the question, where were you? I keep on hearing sorry doesn't answer the question, where were you? And it's funny how apologies come after storms pass. Interesting note. Interesting to note the apologies that come after a storm passes, isn't it? Pay attention. Don't pay attention I keep on hearing, don't pay attention to the apologies that come when the sun's out. Pay attention to the silence during the storm. Apologies change. Apologies sometimes come at very convenient times. So don't, they're saying to me, if you had to work through a lot of healing, if you moved into a better space, and only at the time that you've climbed out of something does someone pop back up, say, hey, it's been so long, we should catch up. Take a look at the weather. Remember, an apology doesn't answer the question of where they were. And often, when someone apologizes after the storm passes, it helps you understand someone who only sticks around you when weather's fair. That's why we call it a fair weather friend. It's the hardest thing to see when that happens. But it's funny how that works, doesn't it? It's amazing. It's amazing how all those apologies come in once everything blows over. If you observe it, you don't have to say anything about it. You know, you don't have to say anything about it. Just pay attention to it. And here's the thing. And that's why I feel like they're saying that to you. They're saying you don't have to let anyone back into your life when the sun's out if they weren't there when the storm was passing. You don't have to feel bad about that either. That is not you being bitter. That is not you being bitter. That is you being observant. Because I keep on hearing, you know, unconditional is unconditional. Apologies shouldn't arrive when we recognize that something's moving in a positive direction because they don't feel like they're authentic, right? That's why we often talk about this space that we sometimes build into with someone where we say forgive but can't forget because we forgive the fact that someone might be in a space that they're willing to acknowledge something, but we can't forget the fact that they put us in that place to begin with, right? And I feel like a lot of this message is saying it's okay if you can articulate that for yourself, right? It's painful to carry, but it's okay for you to embody that. Yeah, because I just keep on seeing this here. Like this feels like, and I keep on also hearing, you know, if someone if someone ties you to a train track, you don't have to be grateful that they untie you, you know? Like if someone had a part in something in you falling apart in some way or something falling apart, you they don't need, you don't need to celebrate someone finally easing some kind of pain that they energetically caused you. That's the song of someone trying to keep you in a space of low expectations. Um, so they're just saying pay a lot of attention, because I just see, like, I see, like, I feel like you're coming into some space and they're saying, remember, you worked for this. You put a lot of time, effort, and energy in yourself. And I keep on hearing, you know, and I'm not to say that there might be those, I see those around you, like, the energy that was around you, that stuck by you as you were struggling through something. But that's why I keep on hearing them say, if someone only comes towards you now that the sun is shining on you, you don't you don't owe them anything. You can be polite, but you don't have to let them back in, because that is literally the definition of someone who is fair weather. Like, that's why we call it fair weather. And it's okay to say, where were you? Bottom of the deck, right? It's not a, and here's the thing, like I can, and they're even, I even seeing it now, like those conversations, I keep on hearing those conversations never lead to anything, right? Because whatever they're gonna, you know what I mean? It's so, like, you don't, and I gotta, I gotta tell you right now, you'll know the energy that you can let back in when they say, I owe you an apology. I should have been there, right? It's not to say that there aren't circumstances where someone can take, like, to articulate and take accountability for something, but you'll know the difference between someone that says, I was an energetic coward, right? Because that's the thing. When energy's like this, the thing they have to say is, I was a coward. I let the fear get the better of me, right? And I keep on hearing the energy that takes accountability for their cowardice, that might be a different subject to navigate. But if someone's trying to gloss over it, like pretend like nothing happened, you know, they're saying, just pay attention, you know, because I feel like, again, that's the problem. When someone when someone expresses coward, like, this is why it feels like protection, because better to see, right? Better to see. And that's what happens. Like, because again, they're saying the reason you don't allow a fair weather friend in is because the one thing that changes is the weather, right? We weather storms together. I feel like you just need to write that down somewhere if that happens. I keep on hearing that's your mantra right now. We weather storms together. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, little vamp. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. And again, if you want to see the full list of things that we read for, you can find them over on my on my tree that has Binks in it. Also, we got to 50K. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to the 50K milestone. I'll be giving a reading back to the collective. Hi there, Marie. You just hang tight for a minute, dear, because we are going to be doing the 50K giveaway. And again, if you have a long message or you have something that you want to communicate in your reading, Marie, if you want to include it in the notes that you sent you can actually, if you want, Marie, you're on the Discord, you can post the information in the Discord, or you can post it in the notes where you sent the donation. And you've got time right now because we're going to do the 50K giveaway before we start your reading. So if you have any relevant information, feel free to share it there. I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that recap, that reading. All right. And thank you again, little vamp, for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. Just a moment. All right. Hi there, Leah. How are you doing today? I'm so glad you chose to stay as well, Susie. Good to see you. Thank you. I would love reading for me and myself. For me and myself, we're in no contact. You're in no contact with yourself, which is totally possible. Like if that's what we're reading for, that's totally okay too. I can do that reading. Marie. I know cards were like here. I know cards were like boom. Exactly. Thank you, 810. Honestly, I was like, no way, I've made it this far. You are an absolute warrior, Susie. Thank you so much for sharing that journey with us as well. Oh man. Oh my God. Yes. I was never fully sure. So I doubled myself later about it. Oh, Susie, sending you so much support on that. I'm so glad that you're recovering and you're here with us. Bridget, that's what said exactly when I was given the choice. Wow, sending support as well, Bridget. Thank you for receiving this message. Thank you as well, Sana. Thank you, little vamp. It was so tempting though. I know, dear. I see it. Apologies are not always I mean, I feel like apologies become really genuine when the sun's shining, you know? Yeah, that hits home right now. Sending you support on that, little vamp. Actions speak louder than words. Don't move backwards. Thank you for supporting each other. Beautifully said, Fig. Thank you as well, Sana. I totally understand. I'm glad you chose to stay too. So am I. So happy. This is the truth. Cut it out, ladies. You're all staying on this planet. I adore you guys. So good to see you today, Per. Thank you. And thank you as well, Sana. Don't worry. You're usually only given one opportunity. Truth, Bridget. Joyful, thank you as well. Hi there, Shmush Shmush. I like your name. I need to learn to protect my peace. I mean, you already are. I don't think it's about learning, it's just continuing to do so. But the thing is, like, that's the thing, like, where were you is what I keep on hearing. And we weather storms together, or not at all. Thank you as well, Sana. It should add to it, not take away. Mic drop. Thank you, Fig. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you as well, Stein. Thank you, Bridget. That heart is hurt and heavy, sending you support and healing, Stein. Someone ties you to the tracks. You don't have to be grateful for them untying you. Never. Thank you, Faye. Great, coming in hot with that train track, Reverend. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. It's okay to forgive and forget, but be careful that the not forgetting follows you to resentment. Beautifully said, Marie. Another good one. Thank you for confirmation, little vamp. Energetic cowardice. It's painful to see, right? It's hard. It's hard to unsee. Yes, I didn't mean to verse I will do better. Exactly. You're so welcome, little vamp. Hi there, Stein. Thank you for being here. Hi there, Amber. Round of applause for that read. Thank you for receiving this message, Bridget. Thank you as well, Stein. And we got to 50K. Yes. All right. Hi there, Cindy. Just a moment. And thank you, Stein, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Taryn, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so by sending the donation, and you'll be the second person on the list tomorrow. Going to take time to do the Discord. Perfect, Marie. Take your time, dear. No rush. That last one was deep. Thank you for also receiving this message, Heather. Hi there. It's my day. How are you doing today? Okay. Brokenhearted, needing guidance, embracing the benefits. Continue to heal right now, Stein. No contact with oneself. How isolating. It happens to us sometimes. And thank you for sharing the live, Stein. In talks, thank you for the follow. The train tech analogy always gets me. Thank you, Nikki. It's such a disconnect. How does it look? No contact with self, like not disassociating. Like when you're not in contact with yourself, it'll feel like you're disassociating from reality. Thank you, Stein. I'm okay to be here. I'm very glad to hear that. You're more than okay enough to be here. You got this, okay? Is it like no contact with higher self? I guess that body and soul disconnect. Yeah, we can we can disassociate from ourselves, right? It often creates that space where it feels like we're just going through the motions or phoning it in. Yep, your body, heart, and mind are not in alignment. Exactly, Faye. Hi there, Cindy. It also has to do with the mind not being in the right place. Exactly. I imagine someone with no connection to self would not be in this collective. It can happen, you know. This is how we start healing because often it's hard because when you start feeling again, you stop disassociating, you know. I feel like the fact that you know you're in misalignment means there's still contact. This is a good point, Nikki. This is a very good point. It's a good place to start. And Julie, thank you for sharing the live. I'm in no contact with my person, so wondering if they mistyped. I'm wondering it too. I wasn't sure if they meant to put it there, but I was like, either way, I can handle the read. That comes in time. Self awareness. Hi there. Hold on, I just lost my spot. Hi, Richard. The list is closed for today, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, if you send the donation, you'll be the second person to be read for tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to be doing 1 cards for subscribers once we get through the list. Julie, thank you for sharing the live. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I want you to say to yourself, Stein, I am getting stronger every day. I need to know something about my girlfriend. Again, Sakun, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, I'm happy to do a reading for you tomorrow. Oh, I've disassociated at times, just drifting in blank. Yeah, it's hard. I've been there too. Julie, thank you for sharing the live. The worst is watching him do it with someone else and taking my kids. Stein, I am sending you so much support on that journey. Sending you so much support. I want you to remember your healing and just continue to move forward. Okay? Better, not bitter. I've definitely been in that state after trauma. I still know we have some sort of contact. Yeah, often we disassociate after trauma, you know? It's very common. Very strained. My whole childhood was disassociation. There you go. Thank you. Sending you support on that journey to Bridget. And Julie, thank you for sharing the live. All right. We are now doing our 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to our 50K milestone. So what I'm going to do right now is I am thinking of a number between 1 I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 64. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in order different. Melly got the reading. Congratulations, Melly. All right, we will do that again when we get to 100K. That was fast, right on the nose. Well done, dear. Thank you guys so much. All right. We'll do that again when we get to 100K, so make sure you keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this live out to those who haven't received it before. Next person on the list for today is Marie. Marie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading. Did you get it too? Oh, wonderful. Did you think that number too, Bridget? That's wild. All right, next person we're reading for is Marie. Let me know if you're ready. If Marie's not ready, we're going to continue forward right now. So I'm either looking for Marie or Tasha. Marie, yeah, if you're typing, just take your time. We'll do you next. Tasha, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right, and thank you for sharing the live, Jelly. Don't inbox me here with the message because I can't check the inbox while I'm on the live. So the best place you can send it, if you want to either put it in the donate where you sent the donation to put it in the notes, or you can put it in the Discord, or if you need to message me at Grace Strega, the mail that has a G in it. Okay? If you want to send it via there. Okay. All right. Tasha, divine counterpart energy update. Awesome. And yes, yep, a second short, but it's always fun to see and pick the same. It's amazing. I am always amazed. I will watch you guys when I'm like putting numbers up. I'll just see you all post the same number at the same time. It blows me away every time. All right. And for those, all right, can I please get, and we are doing a divine counterpart energy update for Tasha, please. 3 cards. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. For Tasha. Thank you. I keep on hearing the divine counterpart say, make no mistake, I would not keep you in a perpetual state of waiting. I feel like this is someone you got them confused with. I keep on hearing them say, I would not keep you in a perpetual state of anticipation. I've been there. It's awful. I feel like this is someone who might be actually recovering from that. This is just, and what bothered, like the thing about this is, I just keep on seeing someone that says like, and I feel like I almost see a situation with someone who just like, and I feel like this is why, like I see someone here that is coming out of an energetic connection. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about this energy I'm seeing. Like I'm seeing a situation where someone was literally about to pick up their tent stakes, like move across the world for someone. This is a type of energy I'm picking up on. This is the type of energy I'm seeing of someone being like, I'll be there as like, if I find the right person, like nothing, not like location, not an option. Where are we going to be? Like where are we? I keep on hearing them say, I got nobody. Like they're saying like they're like they're not. It's like they're saying to me they're not stuck in a certain place. You know what I mean? Like location doesn't matter to them. You know, like I keep on hearing them say, I'll get a new job. Is what I keep on hearing them say. They're like, there's no inconvenience here. For the right person, I keep on hearing them say, for the right person, I am willing to bend over backwards. Don't mistake me for someone who starts agonizing over the smallest inconvenience. Like you're asking them to like, I keep on hearing like you're asking them to move a river, you know? I keep on hearing them say, that's not me. I am not, they're saying, I am not the energy that makes it seem like the smallest inconvenience is like pushing, is moving a river. They're very specific. They're like, I would move across a river for you, is what I keep hearing. You know, I don't know if this is because you're like healing from some situation where someone was trying to say that there was some kind of like petty inconvenience that was insurmountable. Um, but everything I keep on hearing from this person is like kind of saying like relationships aren't about convenience, right? I hear them saying, who would want it? Who would want that? Who would want to be in a relationship with saying, oh, it's so nice, it's so convenient? Like they're like, that's, I keep on hearing someone say like convenience is not the crux of a relationship. When you find the right relationship, everything becomes inconvenient around it. Um, and I feel like they're saying this to help you recover from something. where something that you were asking someone, I don't know why, but I keep on, as soon as I started reading for this, I started getting like a bellyache, but it's giving me like that, like, it's like, I keep on hearing the divine counterpart say, I don't bellyache. And the reason they're saying bellyache is because bellyache is like, anything, like the word belly aching means anytime someone has like the most minor inconvenience, they say, I can't do it. So it's like, like, oh my God, no, I gotta stand up. You know what I mean? Like, I gotta get up. I gotta go walk over there. I gotta get in my car. Like, that's belly aching. And I keep on seeing them say, I hate belly aching, because energy that belly aches isn't grateful, right? Energy, I keep on hearing energy that belly aches isn't grateful. They're not looking for a real connection. They're just looking for something that accommodates. They're saying, they're just looking for something like, looking for someone. I keep on hearing looking for someone to accommodate your like, this is not me. This is what the divine counterpart saying. I don't like this word. They're saying looking for someone to accommodate your laziness is not love. I go the extra mile. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I keep on, like, I feel like there's like, I keep on hearing someone say, I'm gonna ruin the curve. They're going, I'm gonna ruin the curve. Like, I literally hear someone saying, like, I can't wait to ruin the curve, is what I see. Because I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing someone say, I owe someone, like, they're like, I owe them a thank you. I keep on hearing them say, I owe them a thank you because they fumbled you. It's like, they're saying to me, like, they're just saying about someone from the past. They're going, I owe them so much gratitude because, like, like, I keep on hearing, like, I'm gonna blow. I'm like, it's like, I keep on hearing say, I owe them so much gratitude because I'm about to ruin your curve, is what I keep on hearing. Because I'm gonna show you what it feels like. I'm gonna show you what it feels like with someone that actually cares, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like, it's not about barely meeting expectations. It's about I keep on hearing like, it almost feels like someone saying, I don't look at things like, how do I barely meet expectations? I see someone going, how do I ruin, like, they look at the world like this. They're going, how do I ruin the expectation? Like, but they're like, it feels almost like Sag energy, because Sagittarians sometimes navigate things like this. Like, you remember me forever. I'm gonna ruin the like, it feels like the energy of saying, like, I can't wait to show you how good it can be with someone that's always looking just to try to top themselves, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tasha. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. It's funny too, because I've literally, like, it's like, they see it as a competition, which I'm like, it's not a they're like, for me it is. Like, they're going, for me. They're like, for me, and that's why I said maybe Sag, maybe Aries, because those with like Sag and Aries placements are like, it's not a competition, but if it was, I would win. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a competition, but if it was, just know I would win. Like, thank you for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The next person on the list for today is Marie. Marie, if you've managed to send it, just let me know. If not, we'll give you more time. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. The list is closed for today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. You'll also have additional cards added to your reading if you get on the list for tomorrow. And we are going to get started on one card readings for subscribers shortly. So if you like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and you'll be eligible for a one card reading. We'll also be doing a giveaway when we get to 100K. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Well, I swear, what the heck? Because every time it's immediate. We're just like this. We're like mind melded. It's not always that quick. I think yesterday it took a minute, didn't it? Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Stein. All right. And Jelly, thank you for sharing the live. You're so welcome, Marie. No, thank you. All right. Hold on a minute. By the way, apparently energy from ND. I see. I don't know what NDE is, but if you want to post it, Susie, in the Discord. But that's very interesting. I'm not. I did not know that. Clearing my root chakra. I'm excited about it. Sending you support on that journey. All right. And Seventh Harmony. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Sakun. Thank you as well, Jelly. Thank you as well. Yes, you can get, yes, thank you. Yes, Sakun, I'm afraid the list is closed today, but if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you tomorrow. You can also book a private reading on my site. Grounding is very important. Hold obsidian for the root if possible. That's a great piece of advice, Susie. And Jilly, thank you for sharing the live. Connecting to Gaia and Spirit. Beautiful. Just tell me where to find you. Exact, like really, like that's kind of the energy I'm getting here, right? Like it's giving me like it's giving me like I'm hearing like I'll walk 5,000 miles kind of song. You know that song? Definitely being outside in nature. Hold on, we've got a 1 minute, please. All right. And thank you for sharing the live, Julie. How do I find and work the Discord? So if you go to your perks, if you head over to your perks in if you head over to the perks over in the app, I mean in this app, you should find access there. Oh, I have to give I have to accept people? I didn't know I'd accept people. There we go. Apologies to anyone I didn't accept before this. I'm just seeing that. We are all learning together in the learning tree. Little goldfish. Yes, I've been down for the count the last couple of weeks due to my hip. Sending you support, Fig. It's made everything worse. Sending you support on that. Convenience is a passion killer. Tap to claim, Dada. I feel called out by that. Thank you, Nikki. I'm sorry to hear that. May you heal swiftly and with ease. Absolutely. That's beautifully stated, Susie. They lazy. They lazy. I got bellyache every day. I get a bellyache every day. That would be wonderful. Yeah, Marie, you should just be able. So if you can't find it, dear, then just mail me over at Gray Strega at the mail that has a G in it. Okay. I second the Marie question. I think you got in, Fig. I think I just let you in. I didn't see the fact I had to accept people. Little goldfish. Thank you for the help, Per. That has been me. Thank you for confirmation. You're so welcome, Tasha. Thank you for the help, Dada. All right, where were we? And apologies to anyone I didn't accept prior to this moment. I just let you all in. I am good at things. I am learning every day. That makes sense. I've done a lot of work in that area for the past few years. Continue to do so, Bridget. I need to follow you too, so I have the link. Exactly. That's awesome. You're very intuitive. I never thought about it, but it makes sense. And thank you, KT, for sharing the live. Hi there, Angel. Oh, and ND. Oh, near D. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I didn't, yeah. Again, I was like, is this something I don't know? Goldfish. Thank you, Denise. Marie, having ease. Yep, you emailed. Thank you for letting me know, Marie. I'll check right there, dear. No worries. We got you. And we can, and if you have issues with that after this, you should be able to resolve it. We'll figure it out. Okay, 1 second. I'm just pulling it up. All right. I got you. I got it, Marie. All right. Marie, so Marie, the next question I'm going to ask you is, would you prefer I keep this private, or would you like me, is it okay for me to read out loud to the collective? I started originally because I disassociated a lot as a child and had so much anxiety. It's a good way to avoid it. Yeah, I mean, trauma environments were like, that's how we start like trauma environments will make us disassociate very quickly. I know, I hate missing it too. Oh, what'd you miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, Miss Grass, you did, dear, but it's up on the place where we keep the videos and photos. It'll also be up as as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church, and over as a pod and over on Substack. Uptown men. Hold on a minute. Hi, Uptown. Been a minute. Good to see you. Men sick and dealing with depression. Oh, your man and anxiety because I'm still mourning. I'm okay though. I'm glad to hear you're okay. Make sure that you're hydrating. Okay, you're all right. And again, I'm glad you're talking through it and sending you support. It won't let me connect to your Discord. It should. I'm not sure why that's the case. But can you let me know what it's saying? Nikki, sometimes getting out of bed is a struggle when you're going through a tough time. That's okay. Absolutely. Baby steps, right? One, like, find, like, just move towards what makes you happy. Little things. Giving the self grace. Tap to claim, Nikki. Yep, I got you, Marie. I got the question here. The Discord link you should just be able to find when you go into the settings. You don't have to do it now. You can do it after the live. In the settings for the subscriber benefits, you should see it there. All right. I had to look it up too. I guess I have to start posting instructions somewhere. I'll have to figure out a way to post instructions to help others. You're welcome, Marie, and thank you. I got it. Thank you for the compliment on the shirt, Susie. It's okay out loud. Thank you, Marie, for confirming. All right, we're doing a reading now for Marie, and just a reminder, the list is closed. But if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm thinking I might do that, Fig. It's a good idea. All right, we're reading for Marie. Marie, can I please have a love reading, Aquarius, on a particular individual, 3-month relationship, long distance, was starting to get rocky since last week, now in no contact for 2 days. He bluntly ignored me. We met online. He was married 23 years. 8 years of that was so toxic. Is a very, 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 very toxic relationship, very dangerous toxic relationship. So he's been single for a year. He's a good, loving man. I feel he definitely needs more healing because I'm ready for a long-term, healthy commitment. So I may have come on too hard too soon with him. He pulled back, but I thought I was going at the same rate and same energy. I haven't reached back in the last 2 days since he ignored me. I'm scared to lose him, but more scared to lose myself. I love him, but I need to love myself more, and really not just to say I have boundaries, but out action to them. I would like to know what's going on with him and our relationship. Is he my person? Should I give up? Is there a third party? Will my pulling my energy back strongly benefit our relationship? Thank you for all of the information, Marie. Can I please get 4 cards? Highest priority messages from Spirit. What's going on with the energy, and 2 on how to navigate it. Advice on navigating it. Remembering that we never put our autonomy in the card, but we look to the cards for help and guidance. I mean, the thing is, I think that you've got a really good handle on the situation to a certain extent. This person is carrying an incredible amount of fear with them out of the last relationship cycle. There is a lot of trauma here. And the thing, I think that it's putting you in a very, very difficult position because I'm identifying that, yes, on one hand, you are completely right in recognizing the fact that this is someone that is navigating from a space of very high fear. And they still have, they do need a partner that recognizes that um, that is a journey that is going to take a lot of time and they might never ever fully recover from. At the same time, it is a journey that you have to embark upon together. And the fact that they're carrying that fear does not allow them to bypass into the excuse of it to avoid working through it. Right. And I just keep on seeing here that there's definitely the possibility of something coming into a restorational space. But it says to me that um, the thing that you like, the advice that I'm getting that you need to articulate to another person is being very clear on the fact that while um, I keep on hearing training wheels, not experiment. I want you to write that down somewhere. Training wheels, not science experiment, which says to me that you say to another person, I am willing to work with you through something, but I'm not here for you to decide if you want it or not. They need to come into the conscientious understanding that if they actually want to heal this, that pulling away is not, it's not okay. And it's not okay because it creates volatility. It puts you in an unsafe position. And I think I mean, I do feel like I see the fact that this energy is going to reach out again. And I think that the conversation that you need to have them with them is saying, while you can honor and respect the fact that they were triggered, it's not okay to put you in an emotionally turbulent situation because that creates an unhealthy environment for you. That they're bringing that trauma, that when they pull away like that, they're basically putting that trauma on you. If this is something that they want, I think that the best thing that you can do at this time is articulate to them what it is that you would like to create with them, and then leave it at that. Say, I'm not going to force you. You can clearly say, I am looking, this is what my manifestation goal is. And a part of my manifestation goal is consistent communication. And if this is not a space that you can offer consistent communication, then we want very different things. And if that's the case, I wish you the best of luck on your healing journey, and we can leave it there. But if that's something that they want to work with you, then that is the next conversation that you need to have. Because you can say to them when they come back, what are we going to do next time to avoid the communication stopping? Because especially when you're in the context of a long distance relationship, you're already walking a tightrope. You're already putting yourself in a heightened state of danger to be hurt. The stakes are already extremely high. And that's the conversation you need to say to someone, that you are already putting yourself in a space of energetic danger to a certain extent. So the ability to articulate and say that what you need to continue into a long distance relationship Consistency in communication is not a nice to have. It is the relationship. And when someone stops communicating in a long distance like situation, it creates even more trauma than it would if you are in proximity, because it literally feels like the entire relationship disappears. So you have to say to someone, I'm not going to be in a relationship where at any moment I'm not sure if it's going to be there or not. So I feel like there's something about this that you have to articulate, and they're saying that you can communicate it, right? But and I think the most important thing that has to happen here is this is not something that when they come back, you can't sweep this under the rug. You can't have someone say, sorry, I got upset. That's not that's not enough of a reason. Being upset is not something that can require pulling away. It's something that you work through together. So you can say to someone like, look, I'm willing to help you with this. I'm willing to have training wheels, right? I'm willing to like process through what we're going to do next time, but this can never happen again. And if they're not in a space, if they feel like that's too much, then I want you to start healing by telling yourself that healthy relationships shouldn't feel like a negotiation in convincing someone that they want the same things that you do. They need to be ready for that. And if they're not in a space that they're ready to say, I want this, if they're saying, I'm sure about this, I'm not sure about this, you guys want different things. And if you're saying to them, I'm sure about this, and they're saying, I don't know, then you say, then I wish you well. Bottom of the deck, I want you to write down, I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. A conversation about what you're trying to create with another person that wants the same things as you should not scare someone away. A conversation that with someone that wants the same things as you should be exciting. It should be invigorating. It should not feel terrifying. And if this person is saying to you, you're terrifying me because you're talking about the future, then they're not ready to walk into it with you. And yes, you're totally right. It's absolutely based on their fear from the relationship. But the reason doesn't change the circumstance. You can have empathy for the fact that the circumstance is such that they're too afraid to move into a future with you. You cannot force them to heal it. They need to find the courage yourself. It can't be your responsibility. There's only one person, and that's why you can say to someone, if you ever change your mind, if you ever feel that point of confidence, if you're ever ready, you know where to find me, but I'm not going to wait for you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Marie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed. But if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. And if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. We will be getting to one card readings shortly for subscribers. So if you're a subscriber, just stick around and we'll be doing your one cards. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you'll become a subscriber. You'll also join our collective. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Nikki, you are the next person on the list for today. All right, and just bear with me a moment as I read over the comments. Hold on a minute. I haven't been on Discord in ages. Has Discord been around for ages? I'm old. I just got on it. I'm learning. I'm like trying to do my best to learn things here. I feel like Discord's new. Have a beautiful day, Susie. So good. And thank you for sharing that reading with me today, dear. So good to see you. Gina, I wasn't sure if I should give you details for my question. It's okay. You don't have to. It's entirely, I don't need a lot. Whatever you want to give me, it's entirely up to you. Absolutely. Thank you, Marie. Give whatever you're comfortable with. She's using the cards to give insight. Yep, you got it, Fig. Exactly. It's entirely based on your comfort level. I've told him I cannot force you to be with me or love me. Exactly. I just want to say thank you to the chosen family. I'm the collect. Oh, thank you, Star. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages too, dear. That means the world to us. And thank you for being a part of this collective. Sounds like, and then that's the thing. Like, I think that that's what you need to do is for someone right now. I think that you have to make sure that you're saying this is not meeting my manifestation goals. Consistency in relationship is not is necessary, right? You shouldn't have to feel like you have to negotiate for it. This is such a familiar story. I know how difficult it is. My heart is with you. Same right here too. Sending you so much more on that journey, Marie. Hi there, Sandra. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, I'm happy to read for you on that. Or if you'd like to become a subscriber, we're going to be pulling one card to readings for such subscribers shortly. Don't let yourself get triggered, Star. You are the prize. And again, when we are in a space of health, we treat each other as the prizes that we are. Too much. He's got ADHD. We will know our worth. Tap to claim. Our worth is valuable in itself. Tap to claim. And here's the thing. You can't, like Marie, that's the thing. It's not your responsibility to have to navigate another person's shutdown. They have to take responsibility for it. You can't, if someone refuses to acknowledge that something's happening, then that is a sign that they're saying to you, you have to get used to it. That's not going to be acceptable in a situation like that. It's not your responsibility to, you can say to someone, what can I do? Like, again, they have to, like, if they're willing to talk about it. If they say, I have a tendency of shutting down, okay, great, we can work with that. What are we going to do next time? What are we going to do so that I feel supported through your shutdown? Right. And that could even be as simple, like, look, I used to, I've been in situations with someone where if they're not in a space they can communicate, you can send an emoji. You don't have to communicate. If you're not in a space where you feel like you're shutting down, right? Are you still there? Just a little ping back, right? Tap. Doesn't have to be big. It's a healthy relationship can navigate all weather. You have to have a plan. And that's why I say if this comes back, no sweeping this under the rug. What are we going to do next time? Right? And their ability to say, this is what we're going to do next time this happens, is going to tell you everything you need about someone who's willing to do the work to navigate towards a manifestation versus saying, like, this is what you get, take it or leave it. Thank you, creating for the follow. That our boundaries may become standard, Star. I mean, I think it's not about if about you really want to, it's asking if they're willing to do so. I'll do it and I'll put in the work. It's not, here's the thing, and that's the thing about the situation, Marie. It's not about the lack of you wanting to put in the work. They have to, it takes two. They have to meet you here. Like, I see it. I see someone being like, because here's the thing, you can't do all the work. Because again, if this energy is triggered, they're going to have their intimacy wound struck, and then they're going to start projecting on you and being like, oh, you're just like them, right? It shouldn't require you to have to do all the heavy lifting. They have to take accountability for this. Can't choose the wrong person, the chosen family. Tap to claim. Listen, Queen already knows. Then sending you support, Star. We're all queens here and kings. I do listen. Thank you. I do my part. I do my part, Marie. Thank you, Fig. Hugs for you. Thank you for supporting each other in live. Exactly. No time for relations. But here's the thing: the energy that's for us wants the same things we do. It doesn't feel like a tug of war. It's a walk down the street. Continue to discover, Star. You don't. I mean, here's the thing: having too much empathy. It's it's not about. It's never. It's not a bad thing to have too much empathy. But you can have empathy. You can have empathy and still have standards, right? Because the empathy, you have to remember, the compassion you extend to others, you are also a part of it. Okay? It's not a lack of empathy to have standards. And thank you for supporting each other in the comments. Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments. I know, I thought Discord was new too. I know, Ella. I'm like, what? All right, hold on a minute. Thank you, Fig. I just lost my spot. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, you'd like the other reading too. So Marie, your next reading is after Nikki. So we do Nikki and then you have another reading coming up. Yep, that was amazing. The strength and maturity to have a conversation like that will be so empowering. It's hard, but it's important. Thank you, Angel. Hi, Nikki. You have no clue how to use what, Gina? Oh, we can help. I thought, Ella, thank you as well. It won't let me follow you either. Okay, we're all working on the Discord together. Thank you. Um, oh, Alan, sending you support on that journey right now. The list is closed right now. Um, but the list is open for tomorrow. Also, if you want to book private readings, you can book one on my site. We're also going to start one card readings for subscribers shortly. All right, Nikki, and thank you again, Marie, for that reading, and looking forward to our next one. And thank you for becoming a subscriber today, and thank you for allowing us to help support you through this work. Nikki, I want to know what the outlook is, or outcome, or path looks like. If I put, oh, okay. All right. Excuse me. 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please, in relationality to the circumstance or situation. And again, remember, we always look to the cards for insight. We never give our autonomy to the cards. So we never allow the cards to make our decision, but it gives us a sense of the energy surrounding a certain circumstance or situation. I keep on hearing a conversation is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing the first question that somebody's going to ask is, what happened? Why? You know, I keep on seeing, as soon as you do so, there's a lot of like energetic wheels that start to move into motion to a certain extent. Um, and I keep on I keep on hearing something about somebody saying that they've sensed something's happened, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I feel like there's going to be some kind of like, it feels like, I mean, it says to me like someone trying to have a conversation with you in relationality to. I keep on hearing someone trying to ascertain the position or state by which you're effectively leaving a circumstance or situation. Because I keep on hearing somebody being in a space of trying to grasp an understanding as to what's been going on. And so I just keep on seeing that the heightened anxiety point about you departing from a situation is someone trying to ascertain if you're leaving because something better has been offered to you, or if because there's some kind of circumstance or situation wherein like something has like there's some kind of problem. So I keep on seeing, it's like it feels like it immediately opens up some kind of conversational space to try to understand if there's something that can be done to energetically keep you on, if there's something that has been problematic, or if there's something that is being offered to you that they can energetically meet or match. But I feel like a lot of this, like, I feel like I keep on hearing the term open conversation because I just keep on like, it feels like I just keep on seeing like I see like a very large ear around something, which is which is saying to me that they've been like, I don't know if this means that like somebody's heard whisperings of something. You know what I mean? Like it feels to me like somebody like something about whisperings of something or something that they've had some kind of um like concern about. And so I almost feel like there's something about that that like it feels like someone trying to come into a space of getting you to effectively open up and articulate what those energetic reasons are. Um, I feel like I see like the thing about it. I just need to show you these cards. Like the thing about it that I see is I keep on seeing like there's some kind of deep desire to make sure that you're leaving a circumstance or situation feeling energetically happy is what I keep on seeing. Like I just see a situation of being like, are you like I feel like I keep on hearing someone say, "Are you happy?" But not but I mean like I don't mean that in like you understand I'm not saying that in a derisive way, right? I don't mean that like somebody's saying that derisively. I see that them saying did something like they're saying, "Are you happy?" Because they want to I see them hoping deeply like they want to know if you're leaving an experience like from a place of joy because you're happy because there's some kind of new opportunity that you're moving on, or like if there's something that they I keep on hearing, is there something that we could have done better? Is this departure point because of something that we could have done better? Or is it because you've gotten an offer you can't refuse? Is what I keep on hearing. Like someone like it's like they're literally saying, is this an inside problem or an outside problem? I want to give you some bottom of the deck information. Yeah. Like, and I feel like that's like I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing a lot of like the openness of like I keep on hearing that the biggest desire is the desire to like I keep on seeing that something about you departing allows for a level of degree of authenticity because they're recognizing and identifying like the fact that you know you're not asking for something, like you've made some kind of energetic choice. So I just keep on seeing that there's almost something about that that amplifies the fact that they want to talk to you about something because I keep on seeing the fact that you're moving away from something. They feel like something you communicate to them is something that they can energetically trust because I keep on seeing it's like you're doing something not in the space of asking for something, right? And so I keep on hearing it's like you being moving into the space of being some kind of trusted source, like there I keep on hearing someone say like some kind of desire for one's honest opinion, you know? I'm getting here it's like the I keep on hearing the authenticity of an honest opinion in someone who like someone I keep on hearing someone who doesn't stand to gain anything in the articulation of it, you know? Like a lot of that is just saying to me, and I feel like in that context, even there, like I even hear someone saying, you know, like asking, I keep on hearing someone saying, like to a certain extent, is there something that we could do? Is there something that we could have done to support you more? Right? Is there something that we could have done to change something? Like, is there something that we could have done um, to create some kind of context that something could be better? Because I keep on seeing that, their biggest. I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing them say, is this a celebration or a mollification? Is this a happy event? I keep on hearing, is this a happy event for you? Or are you leaving because something has hurt you? So I feel like a lot of that space is almost coming through that vibration of trying to do something in a way so they can be conscientious on how they can do something better going forward, right? So I think that the bright side about this is like, it feels to me like they will like I hear anything like I feel like the thing is like I see someone honoring your choice, right? But just trying to do the work of trying to truly understand the energetic reasons behind it, right? And so it does feel like it almost feels like, when that time comes, like whenever you choose to have it, it's going to be a healing conversation. Like there's catharsis there because it feels to me like someone like understanding and recognizing, like, like, I mean, like it's like I just keep on getting this like space of someone trying to say, like, you know, is there something that we could have done differently? Um, because and it's interesting too, because there's some kind of rockiness here around something, like it almost feels to me like there has been some kind of problem here, like identified in the past or trying to avoid something energetically repeating. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, Nikki, for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here. It's like I keep on hearing the word restoration, right? Like someone trying to like make sure that you're feeling like leaving a situation in like as well as you came into it, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading, you can book one on my site. You can also get on the list for tomorrow. You'll be the second person read for. Next person we are reading for today is Marie. Marie, you've got another question coming towards you today. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like to answer? And as I mentioned, the list is closed today. We've got 3 more readings today, and then we are going to be moving into um, our. Oh, why did I do that? Hold on. Sorry, I got so confused. I put Melly in the wrong place, so I was like, "Where's the 50K?" All right, apologies for that. All right, we've got one, two, three, 4 more readings today, and then we'll move into 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber and are waiting for your 1 card reading, just stick around. We'll be starting those shortly. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen. You'll be also able to get a 1 card reading. All right. Looks like we're delving deeper into that relationship. One moment, please. And also, friends, we are at 62.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Star, thank you so much for the follow. All right. And Marie, I think that again, he did say he shut down because of his toxic relationship. Thank you for confirmation on the reading, and we'll definitely explore that deeper in the next reading we're having in a moment. Just react to the message. A little thumbs up. No problem, Nikki. Yes, exactly. I have a meeting with my boss tomorrow, and I think I might tell him then, sending you so much support, dear. I will forever say I don't have boundaries. I have integrity lines. I love that House of Kai. Well, I like to think that I like to articulate it. Boundaries are what we have when something's crossed. Standard is something that we hold forward to. You know, I like that though. Integrity lines. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. And again, thank you. Absolutely. Leos always have huge hearts. You kidding? That's just the clock app having issues with both. Still learning. Sending thank you, Fig, and thank you for the follow, Star. Thank you, Firefly, for being here, and thank you for the compliment. Ripping off a band-aid. Thank you, Nikki. Grand Rising, Esteban. So good to see you today. The conversation looming for all of us is contagious. Hi, it's my day. Everyone is in the conversations. Yes. Ruh-roh. Is it a face-to-face? I'm sure they've heard whisperings. I do have a final interview. Oh, that's exciting. I hope everything goes well, dear. Yeah, you see it? It was the strength card and the pentacles. Having my peace back is also an offer. No, and that was the thing. Do you remember how I saw the two cards? We had the Queen of Swords in its with the Queen of Cups in its reversal with the Seven of Swords in its reverse, Seven of Swords with the Leo and the Pentacle. So I literally see someone saying, is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? You know? Oh, that's interesting, Star. Happy to read for you on that if you'd like to be on the list tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's already huge. Definitely troubled waters. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Love that too. Thank you, Kai. Marie, can you please repeat what you said about boundaries? Of course, boundaries are what we have when someone has crossed them, right? So sometimes we find boundaries because we didn't know we had boundaries. Standards are what we hold to make sure someone doesn't cross things that we know, right? So our boundaries, we work to turn our boundaries into standards. And sometimes we don't have a standard until a boundary is created. My Leo had no heart. A traumatized Leo will feel like they have no heart. There's nothing. It's like Leos that have been overly traumatized become like ice queens, like stone hearts, right? It's just and I'm sending you so much support if you experience that, because there's nothing more sad than a Leo whose heart is turned to stone. I feel like the only person around me trying to over communicate. Oh, Uptown, you're not, dear. We're here with you. The last person to know. Oh, Uptown, sending you so much support on that journey. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Nita. Feels like high school. I'm grown. I'm tired. That's how we find healthy communication. We move away from the exhaustive ones. That's how I feel about my job. Sending you guys support. That's him, cold as ice. Sending you so much support. All right. All right, next person, we're doing Marie. Marie, it sounds like we're doing a deeper exploration on that relationship. Yes. 4 cards, please. Deeper delve. This is an angelic message from your guides that I'm seeing. This is why they're saying that everything like everything that you're saying and feeling right now is true. You're completely right in the fact that this is coming from a space of fear. But I have to stress this. The experience from the past is no excuse for the burden that we put in the present. And if you do that work, right, I want you to think about any relationship that you've been in that was difficult, right? There's no context, and this is coming from an angelic guide. There's no context by which you say to another person, I'm sorry I'm treating you so badly. But you have to understand, the last person I was with treated me badly. So this is what you get now. If there's no context by which you have to say to another person, I'm really sorry that I treat you badly, but the last person I treated treated me badly. So this is what you get now. That's effectively what someone is saying when they try to say, I'm like this because of the last relationship. When energy is actively trying to heal from something, an apology is a plan. An apology is a plan. So if someone recognizes that they're hurting you, the answer that should come from that is, I did that because of the last relationship. That was unconscionable. You should not have to suffer because I had a bad experience in the last relationship. This is something I need to take responsibility for. I am going to take accountability for it. Because when we give a true apology is in two parts. The first part of a true apology is taking accountability. That was on me. It wasn't on you. The second part, the action to prevent the apology from having to happen again. This is what I'm going to do to change the behavior so that you don't ever have to experience that again. An apology is a plan. And if apology does not come in those two parts, the accountability and the articulation of the restitutional action to fix it, then it's someone apologizing that you have to put up with it. That's not an apology. Someone saying sorry is not an apology. Someone saying, I'm sorry can mean, I'm sorry I'm like this. I'm sorry you have to tolerate this. I'm sorry, but it's going to happen again. So make sure that when you communicate with this energy, everything you need to know is whether they're giving you a true apology. And remember, write it down. An apology comes in two parts: accountability, a plan of action to ensure it does not happen again. And if this energy is trying to articulate and say, I'm sorry I'm like this, the last relationship, that's not an apology. That's an excuse. If someone says, I'm sorry I'm like this, it's because of that, that's not them saying that they're going to try to fix it. That's them trying to find an excuse by saying, you don't understand, that person treated me really badly. That's why I'm treating you so poorly. No, you don't understand. Are you saying it's okay? Are you saying that you're okay with the fact I was treated so badly? You're going to be mad at me for treating you badly? Did you want me to get hurt? That's not an apology. Make sure that this person is not trying to use the pain of the past relationship to make you feel bad when you try to tell them that they're hurting you. Because I'm telling you right now, if they're in a space where you're saying to them, you are hurting me, and they're saying, that's awful mean of you to say, knowing what I went through, that is an energy you'll never be able to find. They're not ready to move forward. They're using the pain as a trapdoor. They will use the pain as a trapdoor again and again and again. And every time that you try to say, you're hurting me, they're going to say, how could you? How could you negate the suffering? They're no longer there. If they're actively working to heal, they're not going to be articulating the past relationship as a reason why you're getting this. They're going to say, I need to do better. Don't let them trapdoor. No trapdoors. No making you feel awful by trying to say, I can out awful you. How can you say that after knowing everything I went through? The song you will hear when someone's trying to get a trapdoor on you is saying, how can you say that? How can you say that I'm hurting you after all the pain I've been through? That is not an apology. That is someone looking for a way out to condone the way that they're treating you. Bottom of the deck, again, energy that wants to change, you'll only hear an apology once. I don't want to hurt you like that. When you tell someone you're hurting me, the response you should get is, I don't ever want to hurt you. It shouldn't be someone trying to out hurt you in that moment. It's not a contest. Empathy comes in the space when you say to someone, this is hurting me, and another person says, what can I do to make it better? So everything, and that's why I see even now, if this energy comes back and they try to tell you, if they try to lament, recognize that they come back lamenting about how much pain that they're in, as opposed to saying, I'm sorry I put you through that. Pay attention. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed. But if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Also, you can get on the list for tomorrow. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Gina. Gina, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed. But if you get on the list, you'll be the second person read for tomorrow. We're also going to be starting 1 card readings for subscribers shortly once we complete the next 2 readings. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, just stick around. If you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and you'll also be eligible for a card. Taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Thank you as well, Nita. You're so welcome, Nikki. Sending you so much support on your journey. Have a fantastic day as well, Nikki. We love you too. Menopasca. Yes, there is always a reason, but not okay to keep doing it because that would just be an excuse. Tough to claim, Marie. Thank you as well, New, for joining us. That's right, a trap. The list is closed right now, New, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. No, relationship is so new, the first time he did that, but maybe, and this is why I keep on seeing, like, again, no sweeping it under the rug, right? Being like, this is an opportunity to fix something. And if someone says, like, why won't you let this go? Be like, this is not something to be let go. Thank you as well. Yep, exactly. Beautifully said. See the like, just be present about the conversation and how they articulate what's been occurring. Exactly. And again, first time can be a mistake. Second time a habit. Third time a choice. Beautifully said, Marie. You're so welcome, dear. All right, we've got you. Love for reading cards for Gina and Logan on relationship. Excellent. Can I please get, and just a reminder, guys, we are at 63.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a giveaway. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right. 3 cards, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit in relationality to that connection, please. Thank you. I see someone going through a major transition. Like a major transition. And I feel like I see something about this energetic transition because, like, I mean, it's, and I need to point this out, you know, that, like, this is the beautiful thing about being, like, you know, and I see a connection. I'm just going to walk you through a little bit of the connection that I see you have with another person. I see some kind of situation that the relationship that you share with another person, um, I keep on hearing it transcends the boundaries of relationality. But the reason I keep on hearing that it's energetically transcendent to a certain extent is because, like, it almost feels like I see you back to back with someone. You know what I mean? And the thing about it is, and when I see, and it's interesting, it's so interesting because when I see relationships that are really stable, the position I often see it on is the energetic situation of the relationship being such that it's back to back, which means you always know it's building into the context of feeling the stabilization of knowing each other to such an extent that you can give each other your back because you know that the other person has it, if that makes sense. Um, and so I see something here because I almost see you like working in that context where you're back to back with someone energetically and you're transforming in the process because it's allowing that context wherein you feel like you can embrace your authenticity, right? Like there's a lot of this. I keep on seeing this here. Like it's like I see that it's almost like you going through like an energetic transformational process, specifically and particularly, um, like like because of that understanding of the self. And what I keep on seeing, and I think that this is the only thing that I feel is like somewhat difficult about this relationship right now, is I see someone navigating anxiety in relationality to whether you desire them or or what their prioritization point is, you know? And so I think that it's like I keep on hearing like you guys have to work a little bit right now on giving each other what you need, because I see one person here that wants the like I see both energies like desiring to do something, and I see one wanting to rush forward, and I see another one who's working more through an emotional vulnerability, right? Like I almost see one person saying like this would be good for us, this would be something energetically expansive, and I almost see another person working through something saying, do you really mean that, or are you just saying that to protect my feelings? So I feel like that, I would definitely be conscientious about making sure that you're working through communication as it relates to any kind of changes that you're trying to navigate. Because I just see one person in a space of celebration, right? I see one person being like, trying to say this will be really good for us. This is a good thing, right? Like it's giving me a little bit of Wayne and Garth energy, to be perfectly honest, right? I wouldn't be surprised if like one of you is more like Sagittarius placements and one's more like Taurus placements, because sometimes I see this like this kind of Wayne and Garth energy I see when I see energy that's like a fire sign or like an earth sign trying to navigate change. because the fire sign is always like change, or like air signs like experiment, like yes, right? And then the earth sign or the water sign goes like, what does Garth do? Garth goes, I fear change. I don't want to lose the security that we have. I don't want to I don't like I feel like, and I feel like this is why I see you and another person are good for each other. But it's really important to calibrate in that way because, and I got to point this out, like the thing with Wayne and Garth, and you always notice this, like when you watch Wayne's World, is Wayne, like Wayne, like Wayne doesn't go off the deep end because Wayne always prioritizes Garth's feelings, right? Like Wayne wants to always go off the deep end, but it's actually the fact that he's so conscientious of Garth that keeps him in a space of like what's reasonable, right? It's like it doesn't let him go off the deep end. Garth would never get out of his shell, right? Garth would never get out of his shell if he didn't have Wayne there pushing the envelope, encouraging him out of his comfort zone. So I feel like you have to kind of look at a situation right now and remember, like, think about that Wayne and Garth energy, the yin and yang of saying that the way we move in alignment with each other isn't just following our desire full tilt, but doing so and being energetically conscientious about what the other person needs in the process. So make sure that you're doing that work. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're feeling if you're feeling like there's a rupture point between that, I already know what the bottom of the deck is. Yeah, I knew it. If it feels like there's a rupture point between that, if it feels like it's hard because someone's having a hard time not taking something that you desire personally, right? Or feeling like the anxiety of, I keep on hearing, like I keep on seeing a situation that you're trying to say to someone, this is a good thing, and someone saying, I'm worried you're just trying to spare my feelings. It might be good to bring, like, get some kind of outside support here, right? To help you guys, like to help you through something, to help you through some kind of energetic transition. um you know because I keep on hearing like the point right now is calibration, and the thing with the calibration is it to calibrate, and you have to understand this. One person is going to feel a little disappointed, right? Because you got to slow things down up, and the other energy is going to feel a bit excited because they're going to conquer their fear. But that's like what I mean about like having to hit that point right now of one person like slowing it down, another person finding the confidence, sometimes having like someone between to help with that. Like I keep on saying that might be something that might be a good next step in having a conversation to help someone, like, I keep on saying this is about someone finding their confidence or finding their courage, because I almost see someone that's like I want to do something too, but I'm also like, like it's like I almost see someone like psyching themselves out of something. You know what I mean? Or working through some kind of insecurity. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, Gina. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing we are doing private readings right now, personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I also feel like somebody's got some like bad advice around them, is what I keep on seeing too. Somebody's not listening. Someone's listening to something that's not helping them. Is what I keep on hearing. All right, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through. Next person on the list is Melly. After Melly, we're going to be doing 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you're a subscriber, just stick around and we'll be doing your 1 cards. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you'll be added to the list as well. Also, friends, we're at 65.8K likes. If we get to 100K, I will be gifting you another reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We can try to get to that 100K milestone. All right. The list is closed right now, New, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, dear. All right. Whitney, I wish I could go back in time and have that conversation instead of sweeping it under the rug. Thank you in my last relationship, sending you so much support on that journey, Whitney, and thank you for sharing your experiences here for those present. Hardy, thank you for that gift, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I could have saved it, maybe. I'll never know. Again, let that conviction reaffirm you as you move towards the future right now, Whitney. Right? Yes, that's rough, but don't dwell on that. Exactly. Thank you as well, Hardy, for those gifts. I like to point out, shoulda, coulda, wouldas from the past lead to I do in the present, right? That's a beautiful thing. Shoulda, coulda, wouldas lead to I do, I will. I feel like I'm ready for finances, and I feel like I'm ready and finances are getting better. I'm very glad to hear that. And I keep on saying, yeah, I see one person like, let's do it. The other person being like, you know what I mean? It's giving me like Wayne and Garth, like, and get an outside opinion. If you guys are Wayne and Garthing this right now, get an outside opinion, a trusted neutral party. Thank you. I'm so glad, Marie. I'm so glad that this helps. What is meant for you, will never pass you by. Tap to claim per. Living and learning always. Thank you, Whitney. Hi there, Aaron. Thank you, Star. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Fig. Have a beautiful day, Dada. Enjoy your day. Gina, I feel like we are almost the same and we are to grow from one another, but then we are hot and cold. Well, this is the thing about it. Like, you guys are like the two, like, I just keep on seeing, like, like, and I want to say, you like, make sure that you're sharing the manifestation goals right now, you know, like, because like, I see it, like, it's like, this is, you guys are so close, right? But like, sometimes one of you pushes too hard, and when one of you pushes too hard, the other one pulls back. So, you know, you got to meet in the middle here. I do my best to try to articulate both sides. I'm seeing, Star. Gina, hold on, I lost my spot. I wasn't sure if he wanted to work at this still before he left, felt I would leave. I hope this helps. And I keep on feeling like, again, I keep on seeing a situation like this might benefit tremendously from bringing in an outside opinion. Like that, again, like this like helping to find something that feels like it creates a bit of stabilization. Who's seen Labyrinth? Listen, the Goblin King is very hot, but they're also very toxic. Okay. I mean, listen, it's just a fact. He's very hot, but he's also very toxic. It's not a healthy relationship. Thank you, Star. Hardy, thank you. What I need to do in the past has been so long to wait, but I think it's going to go. Sending you support on that journey too, Hardy. Okay. All right. Next person, second call for Melly. Closed mouths don't get fed. No, it's very true. Utilizing our words is very important. That's why we're seeing that a lot of that right now. Heart to throat chakra, right? Making sure that we're articulating upon the things that we need, not requiring the sense of being a mind reader. Hi there, Melly. Good to see you, dear. Can you let me know if you'd like a general? Oh, you sent it over on. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Okay, on that place. All right, just bear with me, my friends. We're just pulling up Melly's question, and the list is closed. But if you'd like to be on the list for today, you will be the first person read for tomorrow. Just bear with me a moment. Melly. And just a reminder for those joining us, I will be back on tomorrow at 11 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. And if you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you'll be able to hit that notification button at the top of my profile to be notified. Sometimes it doesn't go through those, so make sure you register for the event tomorrow if you want to make sure I'm notified when I come on. All right, Melissa, is this something that we're keeping private? Or am I sure? Yes, okay. I'm going to read over the notes that Melissa sent in relationality to the reading. It's okay. It's all right. We'll still have the reading here. We don't need to know everybody's business. Okay. All right, just bear with me a minute. Okay. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please? No, it's okay. All right, 4 cards. You have nothing to apologize for, dear. Okay. 4 cards. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, and, it's really interesting because I almost feel like I got to stress this. I feel like Uptown started reading this for us before we even began it. And that has to do with something to be stated here in relationality to close. Like, I have to like repeat something that Uptown said that I was like, that's interesting. They brought it up. And then here we go. We got these readings. Closed mouths don't get fed. I have to stress this. Um, I feel like I'm seeing some kind of situation here. And I got to point this out. If someone, I want to point this out in like the most delicate way possible. We can sometimes tell when things are coming from an egoic space, when the requests that we receive become unreasonable, right? And what does that sometimes look like? When someone says, leave me alone, right? And then we go, okay, I'll leave you alone. Where have you been? You asked me to leave you alone. Haha. Right? When like, okay, so should I not leave you alone? You knew what, like, we shouldn't, a healthy relationship, okay? And if these are, and I got to point this out, if someone is hitting a moment where they're saying, you should have known what I meant, I didn't really mean that, that's not healthy. A healthy relationship is not one that exists in hyperbole, because when we have to, we work to expunge hyperbole, because what is hyperbolic? The ego is hyperbolic, right? The ego is the energy that says, I never want to see you again. The higher self says, I shouldn't have said that, right? But when we're too much in our ego, what do? I never want to see you again. Where'd you go? Where are you? Right? It's that space that requires us to try to, it feels like when someone's too much in their ego, it feels like we have to be a mind reader. And we often feel like we're punished because the punishment is saying, well, I know I said that, but I didn't mean that. So that, what I'm describing there, that would be the articulation of someone, and I think that you use the word attitude. That would be the articulation of an energetic attitude. Okay. Anything else, if you're not doing that, if you're just, if some, like, all, like, if you're not doing that, if you're just articulating your needs and then doing what another person asks, and if someone says to you in that moment that you're just doing everything you can to try to communicate and try to respond, and someone says that you have an attitude in that, they're probably projecting, right? Because when someone says to us, when they're too much in the egoic space, right? And they say, go away. And then we go away. And they go, where are you? And you go, I was doing what you told me. They'll go, you have an attitude problem. Right? Like, it's like, but you're, and this is why those who are healed go, oh my God, I have to get away from this. Because it's like, you're like, it's like if you're just trying to follow another person's song, but if their song is chaos, then there's no way that you can try to follow the song, because you're doing what they're asking you to do. If you're doing what someone's asking you to do, and then they say that you have an attitude, mirror, mirror on the wall. Like mirror, mirror on the wall. Like mirror, mirror on the wall. Like it's not that, it's like there's nothing else you can do. Okay? So I think that there's something about this, that they're saying that. So they're saying this both so you can, I can see, like, the guides are saying this because I can see you questioning. As long as you're not doing that, okay, as long as you're communicating your needs, and if you're trying to do what another person asks for, rest assured that's not you. But if you're just doing what another person asks for, and then they say you've got an attitude problem, well, that's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting, isn't it? And that's why, again, when we see this is why when we're in a spiritual path, and we're just, because it doesn't have to be that complicated, but when we do exactly what someone tells us to do, and then they say you've got an attitude problem, are you used to people just not doing what, like, you know, like, like the difficulty point is it's often indicative of someone who has a boundary problem. This is someone who's used to other people overriding their boundaries. This is someone who is used to, when they say no, another person says yes. And unfortunately, when someone's in a traumatized space, when you honor their emotions, when you honor their boundaries, they're going to tell you have an attitude problem. I know it stinks. I know it stinks, because they're so used to another person not respecting them, that the respect you give them, they will misunderstand as attitude. So as long as you're giving something to someone that you yourself would give to yourself, that's not attitude, that's standards. And I think you can say to someone, like, listen, like, I'm sorry if you're existing in a space where you're used to having another person have to override your boundaries because you're afraid to ask for what you need. I'm never going to do that. What you ask for, I will give you. And you can get that. You can rely upon me to do the same. But that's what I keep on seeing that's happening between you and another person. They're afraid to speak up for themselves. They're afraid to talk about their needs. They're looking, they expect someone to cross their boundaries, but that doesn't put you in a place of emotional safety. So I think you have to say to someone, listen, I promise you, and you can try to have that conversation with them. I promise you, this is not an attitude. This is the respect I have for you. When you ask me to do something, I'm going to do it. And I can promise you that when I need something, I will tell you. And I got to tell you that. And if that's too much for them, they might not be in a space that they're ready to mature, like, to handle the type of mature relationship that you're seeking. And that's okay too. Bottom of the deck. Got two bottoms of the deck. Again, yeah. When we come from a place of trauma, the worst part is we encounter respect and it feels like attitude. It's the worst. When we come from a highly traumatized environment, we will encounter the energy that respects us more than anything. And we won't see it as such because we're so used to energy stepping all over us that when someone tries to elevate us, we say, well, who do you think you are? And we say to them, I'm trying to help you remember who you should be. And I keep on saying, don't react in that. I feel like the thing you can do to try to become a supportive space, say, listen, and you can say to them, like, don't give them attitude when they say that. Say, listen, I know you might not be used to this, but this is what respect feels like. I'm honoring your wishes. That's not attitude. Hopefully they'll be able to see that. There's a possibility here of something healing, but they need to, like, that's not your journey. That's not your journey. You can offer it to them. How they choose to accept it is entirely up to them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Melly, and wishing you so much support on that journey. We are going to be moving into one card readings right now. If you would like to have a card pulled and you're a subscriber, you can put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, if you would like to get on I apologize. Oh, no. Everybody stop. Stop. Amy, you're next. We do Amy, and then we get to one card readings for subscribers. Apologies, Amy. Amy, you're the next person on the list. If Amy's here. Okay. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over. Once we do Amy's readings, we're going to do the one cards. All right. I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Sending you support on that journey, Hardy. It does. They're going to have a reboot. You didn't hear? I heard there's a reboot coming, Adam. I'll try to post it in the Discord. Hi there, Melly. And thank you again. We'll just have to guess at the question. Yes. Communication is key. We will make our own juicy stories up. There you go. How the heck are you supposed to build a relationship if you get silent treatment? You can't. Sending you support uptown. And thank you for your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's really frustrating. I hate that so much. Just say how you feel exactly. You can be upfront. Yes, I've got an ex like that. And Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. I know it's so toxic. And they say, no, it is when energy is received nothing but trauma, and then you give them respect, they will be completely confused. They'll be completely confused. That's true. Thank you. It'd be easy. Yep. And they won't say that up front. We say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. Tap to claim. Both are in the wrong. Exactly. That's taking the piss. I like that, Star. I love that. I wish we had that here. Taking the piss. It's a good one. We don't have that here. Yeep, that's right. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yes, Marie, these are recorded. You can find the full reading over on the place where we keep the videos. Thank you as well, Sana. All right, we are looking for Amy, but one card for V right now on the blockages and how to move past them. Feels good is good. Something that feels good but is not consistent is worse than something that feels bad all the time, because it makes you feel like you can't move away from it for fear that it might get better. Don't work in terms, don't wait for something to get better. Ask yourself if it's good. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. And remember, like, not huge changes right now. Incremental progress leads to huge milestones. So I don't want you to get mad at yourself in terms of how much you have to do. I want you to have got done lists. I want you to appreciate and celebrate how far you've come. Okay. Thank you, V. One card for Alexandra on connection with F. I see someone being like, what do you want me to say? I feel like there's someone who's like, I'm like, I feel like I feel like that this person feels like they've offered you something. Bottom of the deck. I see you being like, that's your offer. I see you being like, that's your offer. You know, like I see someone being like, I feel like there is someone who wants to talk to you here, but they have to like, they got to find the courage, you know? You can't make someone brave. Thank you. Always, always lessons. Good lessons. Yeah, I don't see Amy here. She might have to come back. It's all right. She's on the list. I mean, it's perfect for the. I mean, that's exactly the card that we want to see when we're navigating blockages, is understand that it's like it's not easy, but it's like that's the nature of it. It's like working away from something that feels energetically indulgent but doesn't feel ultimately good for you. Lisa, a card on navigating myself through the energy after the combo I had this morning. Whoa, that's a lot of cards. Hold on. You know what I'm going to say right now, okay? Another person's feelings towards you are not your responsibility unless they are confusion. You can't control how another person feels, right? We honor each other's feelings, but and I keep on seeing if there's something that someone feels, they have to bring their own prescriptions. They have to tell you, they have to articulate to you what it is will make them better, right? Like the difference between hard feelings and a hard conversation is someone that says, I'm still mad at you. And you being like, well, what can I do to change that? Nothing. Great, 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 great. I'm glad we caught up. Right? versus the energy that says, this is what we can do. Right? Restorational, like a hard conversation versus hard feelings is simply articulated in the difference between understanding and saying, this is something I need to work through versus this is something that you can do. Right? It doesn't require one to bend over backwards to try to figure out what that is if someone else can't articulate it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Right? Like if someone is telling you that they feel they've got rough feelings, but they can't tell you what you would do to change it, that's on them. Right? Because you can't it's like solution focused instead of problem oriented, you know? You have to say like how can I work, like what can we do to make something better? All right. Amy. Yes, exactly. Amy. Per, may I have a card on how a future kitty, cat, companion? Oh, Elisa. Yes, I like that name. Oh, I just see like, I mean, it feels like I feel like, I feel like some kind of energy here that they're glad that you made this choice. I keep on hearing somebody being like, I can't wait to meet you, you know? I feel like they know. They knew all. They were like they knew all. I feel like they were like, this was never a I keep hearing them saying this was never a conversation. I always hear them saying, "I'm adorable." Like they're going, "I'm adorable." Are they Leo? When were they born? Because they're going, I of course they're going. Of course they picked me. I'm adorable. Is what I see. They feel like very like there's a little bit of sass to them. Like how could you, like it's giving me like how could you not? Um, Ella, one card, highest priority, please. Um, you having the higher ground on something means that there are simply things you don't need to articulate upon. I'm not willing to have this conversation is a very powerful prayer. This is not something I'm willing to discuss. If you've been clear about something, you don't need to repeat yourself. Like make sure someone's not constantly trying to come towards you, arguing about something that you shouldn't even be discussing. Yeah. I keep on, yeah. Like, it's giving me a little, like, take it through the proper channels kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like, it's giving me a little bit of it's a little bit of, like, this is not the time or place to have that conversation kinda thing. Like, I keep on seeing, like, take it through the proper channels is what I see. Thank you, Adam. You're so welcome, V. Ava, hold on a minute. Boop, boop, boop. Ava, one card message. Oh, of course. Can I have an energetic comment? Thank you. I mean, they miss you too, is what I see. I don't know if you talk to this energy because I hear them saying, I don't miss a minute of it, you know? I'm not sure if this is someone that you talk to because I hear them saying, like, I keep on hearing them say, I hear you talking to me. Was there a dream recently? I would not be surprised if you've had a dream about this person recently because I feel like they're trying to send you some kind of sign about their presence or saying, like, I don't know if you found something that reminded you of them. They're saying that was me. Um, I also see like they're talking something about a brother energy is what I'm seeing. I don't know if there's been some kind of issue around something here. Thank you, Ava. Marie, they must be offering crumbs. Who's leaving crumbs? You're so welcome, V. Star, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you, dear. And Anne, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Kiki. How are you doing today? I love that. Gracious greetings. That's really nice. Hi there, Alexandra. That was an offer. I see someone being like, they turned me down. I see you being like, that was an offer. That's what I mean. I see someone being like, the offer still stands. And you being like, the what? The what? Like, the what? Like, what, Bridget, what mutual healing and expansion are possible when the right partnership forms for me? You always got the best questions, Bridget. Jeez. All right. I mean, it's you. I feel like it's confidence. It actually, I feel like it grounds you even more in yourself. You know, it's giving me a lot of like, I said what I said kind of thing. It's like Shira, you know, bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like it reaffirms something. It makes something harder. It's going to make something harder about the past. I'm getting here a little bit of like the whole time, you know, like in terms of like, you know, feeling that energetic support in terms of how easy it can be with someone that wants the same things as you. Right. And so I feel like it kind of just strengthens and fortifies something that you felt all along. It just helps you see it more clearly. One card for Fig. Can you tell me about my guide or the energy around me? Great question. There's more than one. Um, this is interesting. It's giving me a lot of energy. It feels very connected to the sun, is what I'm getting. Like it's like I keep on hearing it's like a solar guide. Yeah. I feel like they're also there to help you with your confidence. You know, because I think it's funny because you're shaking your head, you're like, you wouldn't expect it. But that I keep hearing you wouldn't expect it, but that's why they need it, is what I keep on hearing. I like to point out sometimes we have guides that are very oppositional to what you would expect because it's like they show up because they're like, no, they need a little bit of this. It's like they need this. Right, the guides sometimes are not like, it's like it works in the context of being like, it surprised you, wouldn't it? Because they're saying to a certain extent, like they're helping you find your confidence, or they're helping you find your bliss. Like they're saying to me, there's some kind of inner child healing that they're working on, and they're almost saying to me, you've forgotten me, because they're saying that there's someone that you might have connected to more when you were a child. Alexandra, we're talking tomorrow, so let's see how it pans out. Oh my goodness, sending you support, dear. Star, I'm so glad to stay hermit mode when it comes to meeting any kings in my world, slow to move forward. That's okay. I would describe that as high priestess energy, Star, not hermit. Chrissy, one card on how they're feeling, please. Two cards coming out. I see someone trying to figure out how to fix something. It's giving me a little bit of this, like, I got myself into this mess kind of energy. Um, Bottom of the deck. Why are, like, I just keep on getting the sense of someone who gets like, they get very absent-minded and fixing things. There's like some procrastination energy here, is what I keep on feeling. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. Like it's that's like procrastination. That's the thing. Like I shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of like it's like don't put. I'm like they've got a guide that's around them that says don't put off tomorrow what you can do today, because if not, someone will swoop in and do it. Is what I keep on hearing. You know, it's giving me a little bit of this like tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow energy. All right. Thank you, Anne. I love that perm. Me too. I know they're sassy. They're like, of course. Who could resist me? Is what I'm saying. We've already met a couple of times. Thank you. They do. They do look sassy. One card, please, for Haley. Spirit led, career oriented, please. Oh wow. Keep it up. Consistency. Don't be hard on yourself. You're doing just like I just keep on seeing you're building towards something right now. Just continue to be consistent in it. There's something going on under the surface, right? I feel like there's also something about telling another person, like having a conversation about how much you're working. They say you might have to put yourself forward for something, like raise your hand energy, have a conversation in terms of what it is that your goals are, to kind of show someone, like, look, I know I can do this, but this is what I'd really like to do, you know? Thank you, Haley. She is B. I love it. She knows she's a cutie. I like it. All right. Hold on a minute. I just lost my spot. Hi there. How are you doing today, Lux? I need to check the placements, Aquarius Sun. That I know. Interesting. I love the fact that you know your pet's placements. I wish I did. Um, Good question. Yes, I love this question. Lux, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Oh, yeah, pets can be affected astrologically. I am curious. Thank you. I was engrossed in my report and got scared. Engrossed in your report. I do talk to her. Thank you, Ava. You're so welcome, Ava. May I have a card? Again, Lux, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. One card for Whitney, please. Don't vacillate in your choices. It's saying to me, I keep on hearing again. It's similar to what we said earlier. You know, we are never late for our journeys. We never miss what's for us. And the woulda, coulda, shouldas become the I did, I would, and I will. So remember, like, don't get lost in the past. Just let it fortify your own connection to the present. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, this is how wisdom comes in, right? That's why, like, that's the thing with wisdom. We wince through it. But that's why we also like wisdom is a gift, because those lessons build up to the opportunities of the present. You haven't missed anything for you. Everything before this was a lesson that's helping you move with more wisdom in the present. Getting wiser every day. Exactly. Now go check this dragon kitty of yours at the Cafe Astro. I love that. And Anne, thank you for resubscribing, dear. Yes, that makes absolute sense. You're so welcome. Thank you, Fig. One card for Amber, please. Was in its reversal, Fig, which was the interesting part. So, you know, like, if you've articulated something to someone, you don't need to repeat yourself, Amber. Like they're saying to me, you can check back on something and say like, hey, I just wanted to get back to see if you got my message. But don't like, yeah, you shouldn't have to lean like you can I keep on hearing you can check to see if something received you can check to see if someone receives something, but you don't need to feel like you need to continually push back on an energetic response, you know? Don't feel like you have to stay in a situation where you're constantly waiting for someone to get back to you. I have to go check when she was born. I think she's a Virgo. I like that. That could be Virgo energy too. That could be very Virgo energy, to be honest. Yeah, that's interesting. I can feel that. Thank you. Yeah, and it's interesting too, because it does feel like it's associated with some kind of rebirth process. Interestingly. Big. Gives invisible friend vibes. Yes. I mean, that's guides, right? We were looking for you. Amy's back. Hi there. Thank you, Chrissy. Denise, we're doing, the list is closed today. We're doing subscriber readings. So if you'd like to have a card pulled, you can just become a subscriber. I'm happy to do so, or you can get on the list for tomorrow. She was here a second ago. Is Amy gone again? The disappearing, reappearing Amy. A card. Hi there, Carmen. Happy to pull a card for you, please. Good to see you. Just be consistent. You know, I keep on hearing you say to someone, the offer still stands. You know, like I feel like you know, if you articulate that, like, you know, it's not how another person choose to accept something that you're offering is not your responsibility. You know, as long as if you've provided someone the map and the flashlight in terms of where they can meet you, like you don't have to wait for someone. You can proceed forward. You know. Hi there, Bridget. Maybe having a bad connection is entirely possible. Hold on a minute. And darling, thank you for subscribing. If it's not too late, can I have a card from Source? You got it, Amber. You're doing just fine. I know you're worrying about something right now. Just be stable in something. Just keep the vibration up. Yeah. Don't worry about other people's perceptions, right? Like comparison is the thief of joy. Focus on what you're doing. Focus on doing it in a way that uniquely only you can do it. Thank you, Amber. I just saw her in here, I swear. I believe you, Bridget. It was, and thank you for the follow, darling. Yep, I got you now. One card for Anne, please. You can't make someone brave. You cannot make someone brave. That is up to them. If you've given, you can listen, look, if you've given someone every opportunity to do something and all they need to do is step towards you, you don't have to rescue someone. They need to, like, I keep on seeing, we save each other for ourselves, right? Like, again, and I feel like you might have to say to someone, like, I can't help you, but this is what I can do instead, right? Like almost having a hard conversation and saying, look, I want to create a space where you find that you're empowered, that you don't feel like you have to come to be rescued, right? It almost says like you might have to have a hard conversation with someone. And thank you again for subscribing, darling. Thank you as well, Sana. You're so welcome, Whitney. Vishal, I'm sorry that you feel like that. I hope you find the healing that you seek. That's what I say. You saw tomorrow. Thank you, Per. I never thought I'll ever be in a dramatic love story again. Who wants a dramatic love story? I want a happy love story. Dramatic is dramatic love stories. Save them for books. Hi there, darling. May I ask for one card reading? Absolutely. I'm afraid I don't do health readings here, but I can give you an energetic update around that energy. So as long as you'd like an energetic update on that energy, I can, but I can't give you a health reading here, I'm afraid, dear. I don't do health readings here. Vishal, again, you're choosing to stay here. I'm sorry that you have so much negativity. I hope you heal from whatever's hurt you. She was like, do be suspicious. Yeah, she was. She was like, do be suspicious. That's really well put. You're so welcome, Amber. You scared her off. She'll come back. She knows she's got her reading. I hear ya. I'm going to have to do some thinking on that. Absolutely, dear. All right. Amy, the Astral Warrior. You're so welcome, Carmen. And I feel like, and yeah, I feel like there's something you're saying to someone, like the offer still, I just keep on hearing you say like the offer still stands. Like that's the thing that's interesting about it. One card for Beltane, for Denise. Good to see you, dear. I feel like it's a day to concentrate on strength. Do things that empower you. Do things that make you feel like you're energetically strong. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's giving me like warrior energy. Like it's giving me, I feel like you've got a guide that's like very closely associated with this day. So I feel like it's almost like some kind of celebration point in relationality to that. So I feel like it's almost like honoring yourself and honoring your own strength and how much you've gone through is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here and receiving that message and wishing you a blessed day as well. Amber, you're so welcome, dear. Ace, thank you for sharing the live. The brave thing is for me, if not claiming it anyhow. I mean, it's here's the thing. It's like I see you saying, I feel like you're already brave and I feel like you're helping another person learn to be brave, which is like it's giving me a lot of energy of saying like almost saying to someone, I'm not going to be here to pull you out of the fire all the time. I'm trying to teach you how to forge in it. Is what I keep on hearing. We're doing one cards right now. It's my day. Hi there, Lee. Thank you, Adam. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for the gifts. Drop the semantics and go tell that person you love them. I love that, Uptown. best fortune cookie ever. Best fortune cookie ever. One card for It's My Day. Who's the best guide right now? Who's my best guide right now? Can I get an energetic read on the best guide? I mean, are you trying to get me in a fight with your guides? How could you ask me a question like that? All right, all your guides think that they're the best. Okay. I am not choosing. Can I get a message? Can I get a message for It's My Day on are you asking for a guide to step forward in terms of who they are, like what like energetic works, if that's okay? I got you, darling. Okay, that's perfect. You see, I knew there would. Oh, this is a peace guide. It's funny too because they're saying to me that the guide that's for you right now is like you're going to kind of hate it because it's working towards a lot of energetic peace. I told you the guides that step forward to us is often helping us work on things, and I feel like there's something about you trying to resolve things. Yeah, it's like I see they're like helping you with inner peace, but I feel like you're at a time and you're like, I don't want inner peace. I don't want inner peace. They're like, peace. And you're like, no. Energetic works if that's okay. I laughed out loud. I did too. I did too. Minnie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, Denise. And thank you, Anne, for those hearts. Hold on a minute. Can you read a Scorpio card? These are one card readings for subscribers, Lee. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Energetic read, please, for darling. They listen. They know that you've done everything that you can. I don't know why. I feel like there's something about this that you're carrying some kind of weight. Like they're saying to me, they're saying nothing that's happening right now is your fault. Like I see someone who's like they're just like they're very much they're like I see someone they've been here before. They're like this is how it goes. You've had connections with them before. They're like this is like they're I feel like they're like I know you've got a lot of anxiety for someone here, but like they keep on saying to me, this is old soul energy. They've been old for I keep on hearing I've been old for a very long time, is what I keep on hearing. Um, Bottom of the deck. I know, like I keep on hearing them say, like, I'm used to this. You know, like it almost feels like something that you're just finding, but they've been working like they've known that this was something that like they've been feeling like this for a while. Like I keep on hearing it's news to them. I was doing I've been doing my best to cover it up. I didn't want to bother them. Is all I keep hearing. I didn't want to get them worried. I see an energy that was trying to cover up something that was wrong because they care about you, if that makes sense. Thank you so much, Minnie. Thank you for resubscribing, dear. They, all right. We need to stay tight. No miscommunications right now. Okay, got you, dear. We need to stay tight. I like that. 810. Good to see you, dear. Can I have one card spirit led for 810? I know. It is what it's the work continues. It's not ideal, but that's the nature of the work, right? Is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. It's ideal is not it's not about the situation being ideal. It's what we do with it. Don't lose hope right now. If it feels like you're in a hard time, be the end. Say don't say why. Say how can I be the flashlight? Thank you, Anne. It's already so popular and has no clue. Her, she's already so popular and has no clue tomorrow's going to scare her. You're welcome, Denise. You're such an old soul, so much knowledge and understand. Oh, thank you, Marie. I appreciate you. More so, how's she feeling in her current state? If that, no, I hope that helps. Like, here's the thing: I keep on seeing, like, they're, like, I keep on seeing someone that's saying that they're like that they're okay, like they're okay to a certain extent, dear. You know, like I keep on hearing someone say, "I felt like this for a long time. They've been trying to hide it from you." I know that sounds wild, but it's like a favorite child. Oh, that's beautiful. I just laughed out loud. Uptown guide right now. I know Uptown guys right now. I'm dead. They were reversed. It's the opposite of that, guys. Best guide, yeah, best guide for current situation. I hope that helped, Amber. Thank you, my day. All eyes on you. These are one card readings, user 68. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Same thing, Millie. These are one cards for subscribers right now. So all you need to do is become a subscriber. Again, user 68. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Please don't spam the comments with the same question. It's not courteous to those trying to communicate. All right. I'm still laughing. Oh, I'm good. I'm glad we're able to entertain each other here. Same thing, Mina. These are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to become a subscriber. Hi there. Yes, Ruby. One card, angel led for Ruby, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. I just keep on seeing. There are so many things. I keep on hearing there's so many things coming out of the ground for you right now in a good way. And that's why they keep on saying just give it a little bit more energy. Like this is saying to me that there's something about this time you're going to look like you're moving towards some kind of energetic bounty moment. So they're saying just continue to work in a space of feeling that energetic bounty. I want you working on your manifestations right now. Again, and every time I read for you right now, I keep on hearing keep on planting those seeds. You're closer than you realize. I know. It's going to feel like a lot of no's right before you hit your yes. So if there's a lot of activity, even if it's not no, remember it's not the sound of it. It's the activation of the energy around you. Minnie, yes, I think I saw you. Did you resubscribe, dear? I think I saw you resubscribe. One card for Minnie. Highest priority, please. Be brave. Like be brave in the face of another person's uncertainty. Don't let someone else's fear override your own conviction on like your own determination on something. Yeah. You can't force someone to be brave, but you can be consistent in your own choices, right? They're saying another person. Often we help another person be brave by finding our own bravery. So continue to move forward in that way. Oh, the sub goal just ended. Oh no, I didn't see it happen. You're so welcome. I don't. And thank you for resubscribing, Minnie. You're so welcome, darling. And Fig, thank you for purchasing a subscription. And user 684, thank you for the follow. Yes, it did, dear. Thank you. Who needs one more? Oh, thank you. Playing flashlight song. It's on the song musical comedy movie. Oh, I don't know that. Amber, you should put it in the Discord in the song section. Thank you for helping us hit our sub goal, Fig. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ruby. Thank you, Minnie. You're so welcome. And sister, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I really appreciate that, Fig. All right, friends, final call on any subscribers who have not had a card pulled today and would like a reading. Just a reminder, we will be back on tomorrow hi there, Alessandra. We will be back on tomorrow a little bit later in the afternoon. I'll be on at 11 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can send the donation now. You'll be the second person on the list. You'll also be guaranteed an extra card if you get on the list today. If you would like to be, Amy will find us. If you would like to be notified as to when I'll be live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications, but sometimes this app does not like to post the notifications. So make sure that you register directly for the event tomorrow if you want to make sure that you're notified. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for joining the collective. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. There you can introduce yourself to one another in the landing pad. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Substack subscription class program. Our next class will be held, and that will discount the amount of the subscription here from the Substack subscription, so you won't have to overpay. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be studying the death card, but if you become a subscriber, you'll immediately have access to over 9 hours worth of classes if you wanted to catch up before we start that program. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you so much for all of your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.